right. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to our third session of the day, our evening session. You'll notice the camera view has switched because my main webcam did not want to kick on for this session. So I'm going to fiddle with that in the background and see if I can get the main webcam hooked up and running. But we have a great speaker joining us right now. I'm so excited with the event that we have coming up right now. We're heading back to Australia. So we visited Australia a little bit yesterday. And we're going to head back there now for a really great event with Jennifer Matthews. Now, Jennifer just did a session with Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. It was an absolute blast, and I love the name of her talk. I'm going to let her introduce it to you. It's awesome. And she did a great Kahoot quiz with us based on the talk she gave us for students, and it's already been played by students over 20,000 times in the last few weeks, which is really cool. So she uses her knowledge exploring coral reefs to invent new conservation tools to diagnose coral health and rebuild reefs. So a UTS Chancellor's postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Technology, Sydney, she is dedicated to finding solutions to current environmental challenges, targeting local, national, and global topics. So I'm kind of looking back and forth between my two screens until I can get the other webcam set up, but I'm going to bring Jen in with us right now. Hey, Jen, how are you?
Good morning, everyone. Well, it's good morning here in Australia. Yes. I think it's good evening to you guys. Yes, I'm well. How are you?
Good. It's so good to see you. It's been such a great weekend so far. So many great events. And, having you join from Australia from, I guess, the future on it's World Biodiversity Day for you in Australia. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow. But yeah, very cool. Jen, we're thrilled to have you. We're going to let you take over for a little bit, and then I can't wait for a little Q&A action.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, it's a really pleasure to be here today. So I am going to talk to you a little bit about coral reefs. So coral reefs and ways to save them. Let me make sure I can click forward on my screen. There we go. So coral reefs, what are coral reefs? Well, they're actually a mix of a number of different species or organisms all in one reef. They comprise of 9 million species. This includes 4,000 fish species, but also 800 different species of corals. And corals are the foundation of coral reefs. They are the ecosystem builders, and they're really important to us, and we are actually intimately connected to the oceans. And maybe you live in the middle of your country and you're not surrounded by coral reefs, or maybe you live in colder countries where perhaps you don't find coral reefs, but you are intimately connected to them. And they help to provide support to us in many different ways. So one of those is wave action. So coral reefs can actually act as a buffer, and they can slow down the action of waves as they approach the shores. And that's really important, especially when we have things like storms or tsunamis. They act as really important buffers for that wave action. They also provide living space for fish and seagrasses that we and other predators like sharks in that photo there that they eat. So they provide living spaces in the context of there's perhaps when fish are really, really small and babies, they provide a nice, safe place to live. But they also provide food for the slightly bigger fish, or even the sharks, and the seagrasses for the turtles. And we can visit them for fun. They're really important to us for the tourism industry, for recreation, fishing, and also for science. So we've discovered some really important medicines from reefs. In fact, medicines for Alzheimer's, for cancer, and for bacterial infections. And who knows, with things like COVID propping up everywhere around the world, maybe we'll find some really important medicines for the next pandemic on a reef. And if we lose them, then that resource isn't there. But what is a coral? Do you think it's an animal, or a plant, or is it just rock? Actually, it's all three. Corals are, as I mentioned, a complex organism, and they're made up of the coral animal, which is actually like a jellyfish. And inside of the coral lives these tiny single-celled plants called algae. And you can see in this image here, hope you can see my cursor. So the tiny little plants, the tiny little algae, they live in the tissues of the coral. And corals are actually, as a jellyfish, they're colorless and they're see-through. And you can see right through their skin. If they didn't have this algae in, you would see them, they'll be white. But with the algae, it gives them all their beautiful colors. But they can also feed themselves with their tentacles, and they direct food directly into the middle mouth. But a lot of the nutrients they get is thanks to this algae. The algae provide it with key nutrients to grow big and strong, defend itself against infections and changes in their environment. So that relationship with the algae is really important. Oops, how do I get, there we go. And so I'm going to show you some little videos here. You can see the coral is feeding itself, its tentacles. When food moves past its tentacles, tentacles kind of move and they sting, and they put it into its central mouth. So this is a little coral fragment. But those bright colors that you might see, that comes from that algae, and it's no better shown than in this image, this video here. And you can see all the really bright colors. That's thanks to the algae and its tissues. So move on. Corals and the algae, they're best friends. As I mentioned earlier, the algae gives the corals food to make the corals grow big and strong, and the coral provides the algae with a nice, safe place to live. So they live together in this really nice, safe friendship called a symbiosis. And together, the coral and the algae, they can build these huge structures of corals, and all of these different corals together are what we call coral reefs. And in fact, some coral reefs are so big that you can see them from space. This is the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, where I'm calling you from today. But that friendship, that can break down, especially when the water gets too hot. And what happens is that algae is not able to provide the coral with food anymore. And so the coral kicks out the algae. And this means that the coral loses its color. As I said earlier, without the algae, it just looks white. And this is what we call coral bleaching. Now, the coral's not dead, but without its food, giving its from its algae, it's starving. And unless it gets its algae back quickly, then it might die from infections or starvations. And when coral reefs die, when corals die, the entire reef loses its ability to provide that protection and that food to fish, protects coastlines, or provide any medicines. And unfortunately, as a result of climate change, we're seeing the catastrophic loss of corals around the world. In fact, more than half of reefs around the world have been affected since the year 2000. So you can see that on the left is a nice healthy reef, and on the right is where the corals have died. Quite a lot of difference in their appearance. I would much rather visit the one on the left. And so that's where we come in as marine biologists. How do we help them? Well, as I mentioned, the algae gives the coral food. And just like us, corals get protein, sugars, and fats and protective compounds. Maybe you've heard of antioxidants. Blueberries, for example, are full of antioxidants. And these foods, they help corals survive bleaching events or when the oceans become warmer. But we also know so little about what foods provide, what food the algae provide, and how they support coral health. And that's what I study. So now it's time to go diving. And the first thing I do is collect some corals and bring them back to the lab. And here I put them in some controlled conditions and expose them to different environments. And then, so one will be a normal environment, or what we would consider like a healthy environment. And then another would be an abnormal one, like hot water. And then in the lab, we have them here in these, I compare the normal condition corals and the abnormal condition corals. And I measure the sugars and the fats and the proteins in the different two treatments. And then I can find out from this which food best helps corals survive. Another way I measure coral health is from the gases that they release. Yes, I smell coral farts. So perhaps you've eaten broccoli or Brussels sprouts and you have a particularly different smelly farts. compared to maybe when you eat bread or chips, your farts smell different. Well, corals react exactly the same. And when they eat really well, they might have one smell. And when they aren't getting enough food or are eating particularly poorly, then they get different types of food and they smell different. And even if you, and I can even sniff out stressed signals of corals directly on the reef. So this is a container here that I put directly over a coral in the reef, and I can use that to diagnose their health. And this is really exciting because we could actually develop tools to diagnose health on the reef at the time that they're being stressed. And this is really important for our conservation initiatives to find and direct conservation onto those corals that are exactly stressed. And another important stage that I help corals is when they are babies. So corals produce billions of tiny babies each year, but less than 1% survive. But we can actually improve that by simply feeding larvae. So here you see a coral and it's releasing all its tiny little eggs into the water column. And when they become larvae, this is what they look like. They start to swim around. So these are tiny babies. And what I've been doing in the last couple of months is finding the different types of food that they prefer. So the best baby food, if you would. So I take the coral larvae and I feed them different foods and I monitor their health after they've been fed and after they have consumed all these different types of food. And I monitor their health with this kind of machine that looks like a disco light. And when they've been a little bit bigger, I put them into a tank and I watch them grow into adult colonies or adult corals. And when they're big and strong enough, then I put them back on the reef. And this is really great because it can actually increase their survivorship by 46%. And that's really important when we're trying to reestablish colonies or entire reefs that have been lost due to climate change. So here we are, we take the coral fragments and we put them into nursery conditions, so little platforms under the water. And then when they get even bigger and they're ready to be transplanted back onto the reef. So these are just some ways that we help corals, but there are some things that you guys can do as well. How can you protect coral reefs? Well, if you haven't already, then try go diving, become a scientist, or even just, visiting your reefs are a really important way of providing tourism and recreation support for initiatives that are using maybe tourism operators or funding that come from tourism. So definitely go diving, but also it's really underwater world is so beautiful and there's so many different things to see there, and you would never be disappointed by going to a reef. So some things that you can do without going into the reefs is applying your sun cream at least 1 hour before entering the water or using reef-safe sunscreen. This helps protect you because it gives enough time for the sun cream to sink into your skin and provide you protection against the sun. But also it means that the sun cream doesn't wash off and onto reefs. And those chemicals that come from sun cream, they can be really damaging to coral reefs. So there's a few different kinds of chemicals here. You can search this online if you don't have time to write these down. But these are the ones that are nice and reef safe, titanium dioxide and zinc dioxide, and these ones are not. So have a look on your sun cream to see if you can find out what it contains. And another way to help protect our reefs is to join or start up your own beach cleanup. And I don't mean starting with 100 people walking down a beach, just you and a plastic bag picking up rubbish on a beach. That's a really great way, because if you don't pick it up and there's a lot of rain, then that rubbish might wash into our reefs, and plastic bags can smother corals and kill them very quickly. Buying seafood and fish that is sustainable. These are really, really easy ways. And thanks to the Marine Stewardship Council, it's made so simple by looking for this image on your seafood that you eat. This means it's been caught sustainably or farmed sustainably. and reducing your carbon footprint to help stop climate change. This is another really important way that we can help protect our reefs, because all of these conservation activities, they're just buying time for reefs. We're not going to be able to save coral reefs if we can't make drastic changes in our climate emissions. So that is all I have time for today. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I'm happy to take any questions if there's anything you have, any burning questions.
All right, Jen, we've got a forward-facing webcam now, so I don't have to kind of look back and forth between two different webcams. So that's pretty cool. You know, I thoroughly enjoyed the lesson you did with the students, and I believe we call it all about coral farts. And I know that to no end was very exciting and amusing to students in the classroom. So very cool. And it's just absolutely fascinating. I wonder if you can tell us, if you can describe what a stressed coral's farts smell like.
Well, actually, so to us, we can't smell it. There's subtle,
Okay.
very, very, very subtle changes in the gas content. But when we take corals, and if we're trying to investigate maybe some molecular processes in them, then we have to take fragments of coral into the lab and we remove their tissue. And the smell is so pungent, and these are dead corals. So if you think in a lab, we can smell just from a tiny 5-centimeter fragment how bad that smell is. It really is awful. It smells like rotten fish or rotten eggs. It's really, really disgusting. So it's so pungent from such a small amount. Then on the reef, if the whole reef is dying, then you probably could smell it. But coral larvae as well, when they die, they really stink, really, really, like rotten eggs. Yeah.
Okay, the stinky underwater world of the coral reef. Jen, so you mentioned how when coral bleaching events happen, it doesn't mean the coral is dead. If conditions improve, that algae can return and the reefs can survive. But I wonder, how long does it take, and maybe you don't have the answer yet, but how long does it take for those stress levels to fall after a bleaching incident? Like if the algae does return, is it a pretty quick process where the coral kind of just relaxes and continues its thing?
Yeah. So actually coral bleaching can be initiated by 0.5 degree change in temperature. So one day, for example, when I used to work in Thailand, the temperatures of the waters were frequently around 30 degrees. 31, you're looking at watching the corals for sign of bleaching, but 31.5 degrees Celsius, and they start to bleach. And it's such a huge change in such a huge dramatic effect from such a small change in temperature. But then you get if the water then decreases back to 31, and that can just be one day of a cool current coming through, then the corals will start to regain their algae and they'll survive that bleaching event. But the problems come when these bleaching events are back to back in the sense of within the same year or also between years. Before, they were maybe associated with a El Nino event, which typically occurs every 4 years. But now we're seeing coral bleaching even in La Nina events, which is then another 2 years. And in Australia, we've seen coral bleaching back-to-back years, so the last 2 years. And this year was a La Nina event. And that's the first time we've ever seen coral bleaching in a La Nina event. So that's really disappointing. But I think that, I think that if the water's cooled down rapidly enough, then the corals should be able to survive. But when there's back-to-back bleaching, and then also the waters are getting warmer, they're going past that 31.5 degrees and they're going to 32, 33, then it takes a lot for the water to cool back down, and it takes longer. And if it's longer, then the corals don't necessarily survive that event.
Yeah. So I know that a lot of the work takes place in the lab. Is there a system for testing out in the field?
Say again, sorry.
I know a lot of the testing takes place in the lab. Is there a system that can be deployed in the field to kind
Yeah,
of utilize?
absolutely. So there's these big containers, these big kind of upside down jars. We can take these to the reef and deploy them on top of a coral colony and measure their gas there. So absolutely, there's a lot of stuff that we do directly on the reef, and that's what we prefer to do as well, because we don't really like taking corals off the reef for science purposes. We'd much rather be able to non-destructively sample them and diagnose them, and that's where this smelling their farts is really, really important, because it means that we don't have to, it's non-invasive, and we don't have to kill any coral for the sake of science, and that's really important too.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's hard to be hopeful as a diver myself, and hearing about the loss of coral that we're having around the world. I wonder, what it is that gives you hope for the future of our coral reefs.
I am definitely a climate optimist. I believe that we have, and especially with generations coming through now, and you're seeing it in Australia, for example. We held our elections yesterday, and there was a much larger support for climate change parties, or parties that are showing action in climate change. So I am a climate optimist. I do believe that we will get there, but I think it takes a community to do so, and so everybody can do their part. And all those ways in that last slide that I showed, that you can get involved and help protect coral reefs, whether you're living directly on the beach next to a coral reef, or if you're not in and you're in the middle of your island, or on a cold continent where they don't have reefs. There's everything we can do to help them. So I am a climate optimist, and I do believe that we can help coral reefs, and each in our own way. You don't have to be a marine biologist to do it, but if you want to, that's also a great way.
All right, of course. So Jen, if someone wants to follow your work, what's the best way they can do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So they can follow me on Twitter. I'm @tinyscientist. Or if you have any questions about today, then please feel free to email me. You can find my email address by just searching my name online.
All right. So @tinyscientist, very cool. Find you online and track it down. Jen, thank you so much for joining us and sharing that story. It's always great to be able to visit the Southern Hemisphere and to take stories from Australia and share them with our global audience. And you're right. We don't always hear the best stories, but you have to be optimistic. We have great research happening. There's solutions being developed. And I think that's what we need to focus on, and everybody playing their role.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me today, and enjoy the rest of the festival.
Absolutely. Jen, have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much. All right. Well, a great way to start our third session of the evening, as we make our way towards World Biodiversity Day. We know it's coming up tomorrow, but we just like to celebrate. So that's why we stretch it out to a nice 3-day weekend to celebrate global biodiversity. Our next speaker is hanging out backstage, so I'm going to bring her in very shortly. But I feel like we should share a little video clip. So we've talked a little bit about exploring by the seat of your pants and how we bring science, exploration, adventure, conservation live into classrooms around the world. And we love doing events live from the field. So I want to share a little clip from one of our events we did recently live in California with elephant seals. It's only a minute clip. I'd love to share it, and then we're going to get right into our next event.
I'm going to be nice and quiet and show you a big guy. And then I'll take you over to a young pup of the year. So if you look really carefully at this pup, you'll see that the pup is marked 28P in bleach. Just taking a little nap. And then I'll take you over to this big group of adult animals here. This is called a harem. So right now there's females, there's pups of various ages. Most of them are about 10 to 20 days old right now. And you can just sort of watch them, I think, while we're answering questions.
All right, so that's just a taste of a live event from the field. We're trying to inspire the next generation of scientists and explorers, and I think there's nothing better than exposing them to those on the front lines of science, exploration, conservation, and adventure all around the world. You can find more of what we do on exploringbytheseat.com. We'll pop up a link there. Do check it out. Tune into some of the events via YouTube. You may not be in the classroom anymore, but there's no reason that you can't keep learning along. So I'm really excited for our next event. I'm excited for every event that we have, but yeah, sometimes when you know you're gonna be talking about bears, I think that can get you pretty excited. So we're gonna spend some time with Jimena Velez Liendo. She is a Bolivian conservation biologist with 20 years of experience in conservation in Bolivia. In 2017, she received a Whitley Award from the Whitley Fund for Nature for her effective work with Andean bears and people. So this allowed her and her team to help save the world's southernmost Andean bear population, as well as to provide a foundation for long-lasting human-bear coexistence. She's a conservation fellow at Wild Crew Chester Zoo, continuing her work with the critically endangered Andean dry forest habitat of Bolivia. I'm going to bring her in live with us right now. Jimena, it's so great to have you joining us today.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Wonderful, wonderful. Right, okay. So yeah, that's me. It's my name is Jimena, or everyone calls me Jime. And I'm extremely excited to share my work with you, and especially this is my first time in this festival, so I'm a bit nervous, but yeah, ready to go.
All right. Well, I popped your slides up nice and front and center. There's no need to be nervous. Everybody here loves biodiversity, and we're so excited to get into your world.
Great. All right. Okay. So yeah, in the next 20-25 minutes, I'm going to bring you from the beautiful waters from the other side of the world to my mountains, where I've been working with bears for almost 20 years. So I'm going to talk about bears and bees and dry forest. So I just wanted to show you this picture because this was taken, I think it was 15 years ago or something. And it's me at the bottom right of your screen. And at the middle, I don't know if you can see it, there is two black dots, and those are a bear and a cub. And I'm always wanted to share this picture because it's the only picture that I have with a bear. So in order, to believe me that I do work with bears, I really want to show this picture. But the other reason why I love this picture is because bears have been my passion for all this time. And whenever I see a bear, especially with a cub, it brings me hope for the future, for these incredible, amazing species, but also hope for us. Because bears, wherever we can find bears, we know that the ecosystem is healthy, and the equilibrium of that forest is going on a good path. I remember that the day that my student took this picture, we were following the footprints of a bear, and I was telling my student, do not get close to a bear. Do not get close to a bear. And then the minute that I saw a cub, I was just, you stay there, I'll go and get it. So yeah, it's really exciting about this picture. But okay, so bears, the Andean bear is the only bear species that we have in South America. As you can probably see in this map, the habitat is extremely fragmented. The species arrived around 5 million years ago, much, much, much earlier than our ancestors. And the habitat has been getting extremely fragmented, to the point that, as you probably see here, the northern countries, Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador, there's only tiny little fragments of habitat left for these species. As we go south, we have Peru and Bolivia, and in those two countries, we probably have half of the population in the entire region. So it's extremely important for us to keep that continuity of their habitat. So I've been working for the past 15, 20 years trying to understand these species, their biology, ecology, and I was always away from humans. For my PhD, I did a massive study from the north of my country, Bolivia, to the very south. And I found out that in the very southern part of the country, we didn't know anything about bears. People didn't know that we had bears. They knew, they heard about some stories, but they never actually saw a bear. So 5 years ago, I got this incredible support from Chester Zoo to find out whether we still had bears in the very southern part of the country. So the little guy on your right of your screen is showing us that we still have bears. But the population that we've been monitoring for the past 5 years in the southern part of the entire Andean bear distribution globally, it was extremely, extremely small. During the past 5 years, we've been working, monitoring this population. We set up camera traps in an area of around 1,000 square kilometers. The first question was, do we still have bears? And secondly, we were wanted to know all the information possible about their ecology and their biology, because this is the southernmost bear population in an entire region. So we didn't know anything about maternity time. We didn't know anything about diet. We didn't know. Well, basically, we needed to start from scratch. Now, this region, it's not a protected area. It's a communal area where we work closely with 5-6 communities. And the lovely person in the middle of my slide is one of our parabiologists. A parabiologist is a member of a community that we've been training to set up these camera traps and actually be our biologist in the field. We work with them very closely because they have the knowledge. They know how to find the bears. They know the footprints. So they only need a camera trap and some training from our side. And now we have 11 parabiologists that they work with us, and especially during the pandemic time, they were in charge of changing camera batteries and all the equipment. So without their help, we would probably be, starting again. But once that we started working with this monitoring, one of my questions was, okay, we have a couple of bears. Do we have a reproductive population? Are we really, working with few individuals, or do we still have hope? So this is this video is from this year. This is our lovely mother with our twins. So we were extremely excited when we got this video a few months ago, because we know that these guys are doing well. So with these really, really positive news from the field, we knew that our work was going on a good path. So I'm a biologist, and for me, working with people, it was, and I think it still is, big struggle, because we humans are extremely complex species. But I reach a point that at least I believe that the only hope that the bear and the other species have in order to survive lies in the hands of the communities, of these people that coexist with them every single day. For us, for researchers, it's kind of easy to go to this forest, take the data, go back to your lab. That's it. For these people, they coexist with pumas, with bears, with jaguars, and the only way that they could help us to save this species is to find a way that they could see the value. So what is the value of conservation for them? For us, as a conservationist and biologist and bearologist, we know the value, but it's important for them to realize, why should we save the bear? So it took me a couple of really, really difficult meetings with the communities to understand their levels of tolerance toward bears and carnivores in general. What are their attitudes toward conservation, and see whether we could work together. So after all of these meetings, we were, as I mentioned before, my aim was to find out a way to show the value of conservation. And this is a nice picture. The first picture, the one on the top, is the meeting that I had with this community in 2016, when they said, okay, we're going to try working with you, and we want let's start with beekeeping. And I said, okay, beekeeping is good. It's good because it's good for the forest. It's good. So the next picture was a couple of months after that, the first picture, and that was my team. This is the first group of beekeepers from the Inter-Andean dry forest that they were aiming to work to save the bear. At the same time, they were working on developing an economic alternative to save the bear. So we work with native species, the one on the left-hand side, but also we work with the honeybee. Now, I was struggling a little bit about using this honeybee species because it's not a native species, but I needed to show that this is an economic activity that can be profitable for these communities. So we said, okay, we have to try this first. So when we did, we were kind of successful. So this is one of the first results from our first year of working with beekeepers. As you can see here, this lovely lady is showing the first honeycombs that they harvest. And on the right-hand side is the honey, and it's called the Valle de Osos, which means the Valley of the Bears. And it's in a way that a bear represents what they are doing. I mean, the bear is a protector. And we wanted to, how can I say, slowly trying to change the attitudes toward bears from the bad bear to the good bear. So having the name Valle de Osos was also bringing another value of the beekeeping. He said, is the bear, is the honey, is the bear honey. So now that we've been working now 2-3 years with the beekeeping communities, they have embraced this concept, and now they are moving to the next level, which is they are producing their own products, honey, strawberries, and all of sort of products, and they use the brand Valle de Osos, which we think is great. So this is where we are at the moment. We started working in this highly fragmented, highly critically endangered ecosystem, the Interandean dry forest. When we look at the dry forest ecosystems in South America, you can probably see, a lot of, cerrado, caatingas, and this tiny little spot here is the Interandean dry valleys or dry forest, which is just here in this tiny little bit here. So we are working with a critically endangered ecosystem that our ancestors have been using for years, for hundreds of years. So this is how it looks like. It's extremely fragmented, extremely fragile. This is a dry forest during the wet season, as you can probably see, all beautiful green. So we wanted to put together the Andean bear as the gardener of the Andes, because it's a wonderful species. It's a species that disperse the seeds. So that's the name of the gardener of the Andes. So we have the gardener, we have the pollinators, which are the bees. So we are now working towards natural regeneration. Let me show you this. So these are our bees working to help the bear to pollinate the forest. And this is the view of the Interandean dry forest, where we are currently monitoring, and we are hoping for the natural regeneration. So we know that this is a very slowly process. We started from finding out whether we still have bears, then we move in towards working with people, and now our aim is to save the last remnants of Interandean dry forest. So the Interandean dry forests, the value of these last fragments is unbelievable. During these years, we have identified more carnivore species than in any other ecosystem in Bolivia. We have been working with these communities to provide an economic alternative, a nature-positive economic alternative, and we know that it works. We know that with the help of the communities, we can save this ecosystem. Now, for the communities, saving the forest represents saving the water, because water is a really is the highest, the most important element that they need in these regions. So if we can help them saving the forest, we are helping saving the water. So this is what we've been working during the past years, and as biologists, and especially in my experience, this is the biggest challenge that I ever had, working with people in a non-protected area and with carnivores. So with this beautiful view from my forest, I'm going to finish my presentation. And if anyone has any question, please feel free to contact us through our social media or email me. So, Joe, thank you very much.
All right. Ime, thank you very much. That was such a great presentation. I love the gardeners and the pollinators. That's so cool. And yeah, and that you know, that income for the community as well. It really is a nice, well-rounded project, because at the end of the day, you know, people want to protect the area around them, but sometimes it does come down to economics and having a comfortable livelihood.
Exactly. That's it. I mean, that was one of my challenges, you know, because we can probably see the value of conservation, but if we try to, you know, to have people to help us, we need to show them why should I save the bear? You know, me thinking like a community member. I mean, what is the value? I mean, bears? What? Bears kill my cattle. Bears are scary creatures. Bears are ugly. You know, those things. So why should I save them? So it's been really, really difficult. But once they see the value, their attitudes have changed completely. It's incredible. Just a couple of years, and the acceptance of living with bears increased.
Ah, that's awesome. That's just good conservation. Protect the species, but you have to think about the people too, because you're only filling in half of the equation. Now, you mentioned people call them the bad bears, because there are those cattle incidences, and it sounds like, would you say there's a little bit of fear similar to how people fear jaguars and pumas?
Absolutely, yeah, fear, a lot of fear. You know, and it's also it's our nature as a species. We scared of carnivores in general because our ancestors, they were fighting with carnivores for land and resources. So we are kind of genetically programmed to scared of carnivores. They don't have the same feeling with tapirs. Tapirs are big animals, or you know, other herbivores. But with carnivores, it's in our genes, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's grab another question here. So, I'm wondering if this is a challenge for you, and maybe some of your strategy. You shared that picture, the one picture of you and a bear. Obviously, you were very spread apart. You could, you know, in the distance. So, I mean, is that part of the challenge? Is getting people to love and want to protect something they've never seen before?
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting how the attitudes towards bears especially changed during these years when we were showing, because all these pictures, all these images that we get from our camera traps, we share with the communities, we share with the schools. So the first time that we showed them, they were amazed. It was like, oh wow, is that a bear? But look at that, look the cubs. Oh, and when we show them the cubs, oh yeah, that's
of course.
Cub, a bear cub. So it's interesting how their attitudes and perceptions towards this is bad animal change when they actually see it.
Yeah.
So for us, the images, the videos, and it's just powerful. I mean, it's just, and they love it. They love to see those pictures. And every time that the team is back from the field collecting all the memory cards, they always ask, "Oh, how are the bears? Do we have cubs?" And it's it took just a couple of pictures.
Yeah.
To show them. And now we have produced calendars with the pictures from our camera traps, and they just love it, and they feel really, really proud. Some of them, of course, we still have some people that they don't really like bears at all, but the majority, they just feel really, 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 really proud of having those animals in their back gardens.
Yeah, it would almost be an interesting experiment to have some students who maybe haven't seen an Andean bear before, but have them draw what they think they look like, and then show them some of that camera trap footage. And I wonder how they could compare, and if they'd be kind of big, scary kind of pictures before they see the video.
That's a really, really good question. When comment, there is a lot of local stories about bears, and during our first year working with the local schools, there were the children, telling us the stories about the bad bear, and the bear kidnaps women. And I said, so you think it's really, really bad? And say, yeah, it's really bad. And I was asking, so how the bear looks like? And they were just showing this big, massive black creature, really, really bad. And I said, right, okay. Do you want to see a bear? And they said, okay. So I show them. They're like, oh, but it's not that big. I said, no, it's not that big. So it's incredible. It's just, it takes so little resources to change the attitude. And now all of those children, they've been starting, working with us. Now they have a different attitude. They know, and they are really, really happy to show them. I mean, whenever there's a new visitor, they say, "Oh, look, this is the bear. This is our bear." Because another really interesting thing is how each community they have identified their own bears. So, for instance, those the twins belong to this community, and someone from a different community, they said, "Oh, but we don't have twins." I said, "No, you don't have twins. You only have one." Like kind of competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's sometimes it's quite funny how their attitudes, in the competition for having, the twins and or the big bear. It's really, really funny. But unfortunately, we still have some cases of people killing bears during our 5 years with no killings. Last year we had one event, and it was really, really sad because it was our dominant male. Yeah, and it was really, really sad situation.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of hope in your story, and there's a lot of things to think about, the fragmented habitat. But it seems to me like you're training up the next generation of scientists and conservationists who understand the importance of the bear and are going to be there to help protect them for the future going forward.
Well, we hope so, and I hope so that if these kids, if only 2 or 3 of them, they keep their mind open and keep the good bear inside, that will make a great change for the future of these amazing species.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for introducing us to the gardeners and the pollinators, and of course, the people who live on the land as well. And yeah, great to have you with us for the first time, and we can't wait to catch up on your work in the future.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Joe, and thank you for the invitation. And I hope that people who were connected, they got a little bit inspired about bears. So next time that you're having a full spoon of honey, think about the bears.
Absolutely. Well, have a great night. Have a great Biodiversity Day tomorrow. And we'll see you later. Thanks so much,
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right. Well, our next two events are events that were recorded this week. So sometimes we have speakers on deck, but plans change, especially with things opening up more with COVID, people traveling more, getting out in the field more. But our next two speakers who were to join us, they were good enough to meet with me last week, and we filmed great sessions together, great presentations, images, and videos illustrating their work. And then we had great discussions afterwards. So I really think you're going to enjoy checking out these two sessions. I'll pop in between just to tee up each session. But let's get that first one teed up here right now. So I connected to Italy with Martina Panisi. She's a conservation biologist, environmental educator, and the co-creator of the Forest Giants Project and a National Geographic explorer. She focuses her work on the animals that most people find less attractive and charismatic, like snails. Martina wants to show people, particularly students, the role that each and every person can play to protect our world's biodiversity. And since 2017, she's been working mostly on Sao Tome and Principe, two little islands off the coast of Central Africa. And let's jump into that world and some of the research she's doing to try and find out what interests students, what they know about conservation, and what they want to protect. So here we go. I'm going to queue up this video here. And then, yeah, we'll come back after the video and I'll tee up our next speaker. So here we go.
So hi, everybody. My name is Martina. I am a conservationist, and I've been working for the last 4 years in the islands of San Tome and Principe as a PhD researcher to Lisbon University, and doing with my colleagues the Forest Giant Project with Alice NGO. And today I will share with you some of the results of what we have found in these islands. So let's start. So this last research we have made with my colleagues deal with what do we know about nature? How do we see species? What species do we know, and what species do we prefer to protect? Well, actually, as conservationists, such as people that one of our main aim is to avoid that some species in the world start to disappear very fast, we really need people support. But sometimes the way us as a researcher and conservationists see species is different from how people see species. And that makes us wonder how we can obtain more support so that people like the species and want to protect them and want to invest to protect them. And how do we do that? Well, we need to understand what do people know about biodiversity and what species do they want to protect. If you remember, when you were a child, how did you start to like some species or dislike some species? Why do you know some species that others you don't know? Well, when we are little, when we are kids, we start to connect with the environment around us. We start to look at the species that are out there, and we kind of decide, well, I like this species. I don't like very much this one. And then we start to make our own preferences. And these preferences and this knowledge about species can be affected by several factors. For example, if we are older, of course, we might know more about the species around us because we learned more during the years. Or if we are girls or boys, due to some cultural practices, we might know more or less. Or if we had more exposure to natural environments, we might know more about species. And of course, this also depends on the place where we live or we go to school. If we are close to a forest, if we are close to savanna, well, we will know more about species maybe than other that are in an urban environment. Or our teacher maybe really like wildlife and teach us a lot and influence our knowledge about biodiversity. And also this depends on the species that we can find in our surroundings. And actually, when we are children, I also, right now, if I now would ask you a species that you would like to protect the most in the world, the majority of you would answer a species that is probably a mammal. Why? Because they are, their behavior and their anatomy is more similar to ours, so it's easier to make, to have an empathy with them. It's easier to like them. However, as we know, in the world there are millions of species, and actually vertebrates such as mammals, birds, reptiles, fishes, etc., are only less than 3% that all the whole animals that we can find in the world, and the more than 97% are invertebrates. But how do species see these animals? If nobody noticed them, if nobody pay attention to them or like them as much as they like mammals, who is gonna protect them? Well, that's why because our target species is actually an invertebrate, is this giant that I find it very cute, but not all the people might find cute. We must understand, do children know this species or not? Do they want to protect them or not? And this is important to understand what kind of environmental education activities we are going to design to have more support of people to protect these species that are charismatic but in a different way. So what we wanted to know is to understand what species do children know, what species do they want to protect, and why. And this is important, especially in some areas of the world, biodiversity hotspot, where we have a lot of species in some specific areas, but at the same time they are most threatened. And this is an example. Islands, they are very susceptible compared to other areas, because there are some species that only exist there. And when we introduce species there that might compete, then they can create biodiversity loss. But sometimes these introduced species are more charismatic than the threatened species that are disappearing. So we have a controversial situation in which people prefer to protect species that are introduced, but at the same time are not very good for this environment. And that's where I want to bring you to one of my favorite places in the world, which is our study areas where we have been working for the last 4 years. So these beautiful forests are found on the equator line, and specifically here. You can find it in West Africa, in the Gulf of Guinea. You can find these two small islands called Saint Tomé and Príncipe, which is the second smallest country, African country. And these islands were discovered by people just some centuries ago. And when they were discovered, people didn't know that they hold a high number of species that only existed there. So they started to highly modify the environment and, of course, destroy the house of many of these species that are endemic, which means that only exist in these islands. And here you can find some of the representatives. We can find a lot of amphibians. All these species of amphibians only exist in these islands. A lot of slugs and snails, that's what I like the most, and birds and plants. And because we started to focus on a species of giant snail that only existed in these islands, but started to decline very fast, and people started to forget about its existence, we wanted to understand, how do we protect them? Why do people don't know more about these species? What do children know about these species? So, to understand what children know about this species, if they don't know anymore this giant snail that before was very common and very popular with people, what species do they know? What species do they want to protect? So we went to different schools in these islands, rural and urban schools, and we made a game with children. In this game, we selected several species that only exist in these islands or that were introduced in this island. And we asked to the children to select what species they wanted to protect, and we asked them to identify the species, to understand which species children know and which species they want to protect. Before, we also asked to the teachers to identify the species, to understand what was the knowledge of the teacher about this biodiversity, and at the same time we also asked later to the students to start the survey, which was very short. All the students never had environmental education activities, so we wanted to understand what were the factors that affected their knowledge on wildlife and their preferences on wildlife. And so that's where we put the card in front of them. We ask them to identify the species, and then we ask to select which species they like more or they don't like, and why is that so. So to understand then what factors affect this wildlife knowledge, we made some questions to the children, and what we found eventually is that children do not know very much about the biodiversity of these islands, which is a pity because these islands are incredible in terms of the richness in biodiversity. And the species they recognize the most are species that are invasive, such as the black rat, the West African giant land snail that you can see here, which is one of the causes that is affecting, implied in the decline of the bow giant snail, which is the threatened species that we are trying to protect. The Mona monkey, which is also an introduced species, and the feral pig, which is an introduced species as well. At the same time, threatened birds that only exist in these islands were the least recognized species. So we understood that the species that children know in these islands are species that are mostly are more relevant to humans. For example, they occur near inhabited areas or species that are useful because they can be eaten or sold. And we understood that the students that live near rural areas are better at identifying endemic species that only exist in these islands. On the contrary, urban children that come from urban areas know less about biodiversity. They cannot recognize much species that live in these islands, as well as rural students. We also understood that the children that recognize better biodiversity are boys, and boys with a lower economic background. Why? Why do girls recognize less biodiversity? Well, probably is due to social cultural practices that impose girls to perform less activities outdoors, so they don't have so much opportunities to know biodiversity as much as boys have. And also children from lower economic background, they are encouraged to contribute to the household, so they have more activities outdoor, and in this way they can get to know more biodiversity, they can get to know more species that are out there. So we saw that the species that the children wanted to protect the most were the Mona monkey, which is an introduced species, and 2 species of endemic birds that only exist in the islands. However, the species that the children recognized were not necessarily the species that they wanted to protect. Instead, the species that they wanted to protect were species that were beautiful. For example, the São Tomé green pigeon. They said that they have beautiful colors, beautiful eyes, or for example, that they were useful because they could eat or sell the species. This species was preferred to protect. Or they were curious about the species because they have never seen it, so it was their favorite because they wanted to see it and interact with it. Unfortunately for reptiles and amphibians, they were among the least selected species to protect. And this is something that we can see also in every part of the world. Sometimes we don't really like reptiles or amphibians, which might be due to an innate fear, but also because there are some myths or some stories that are culturally spread about the about how the species can be dangerous. And this is the example. For example, you can see this species here. This yellow beautiful species is the Sao Tomé Sicilian, and it's an amphibian, but people think that it's a reptile. And they have some stories about how this species is dangerous, but actually it's very innocuous. It doesn't do anything. So it's not its fault if it is this way. And however, people dislike it. And unfortunately, also for the endemic threatened birds of the islands, these were among the least identified species, and only 2% of all the endemic threatened birds were correctly recognized by the children. However, as I told you before, some of these species were among the most selected to protect. So despite the low identification rates, children want to preserve these endemic species, bird species, because they think they are beautiful. So they could be used as flagship for the biodiversity of this island. So species that are used to make people understand how it's important to protect the whole environment, not only the species, but in the case also the place where they live, which is the forest. At the same time, as I told you, one of the species that was mostly selected for being protected is the mono monkey. But this species is introduced in the islands and is invasive. In fact, you can see it here, a mono monkey trying to steal an egg from the nest of a bird. And so it's a threat for endemic birds, but people really like it and they want to protect it. So that's what also conservationists should address, how to overcome this kind of controversial perception about biodiversity. So to end, what our main aim as conservationists is not to be in research and is not to be alone, but to be together with people to protect biodiversity, to do something together. But to do that, we just cannot go in a place and say, you should protect these or you should protect these other species. We must understand what people know and what people they want to protect. And from that, start to work together with people to understand what are the priorities for that areas and what can we do, what compromises we can reach to protect together the place where these species and where people live and cohabit. So what about our target species, the ball giant snail? As I told you, we wanted to understand if children do not know anymore this species because it's disappearing, what species do they know? And we saw that they know especially introduced species. They know very few about threatened endemic bird species. And what about the snails, the species that we want to protect? Well, as you can see here on the right, children know very much the West African giant land snail, which is an invasive species in the island that were introduced some decades ago. But the endemic species, they are not much recognized and they are not much selected as species that the children want to preserve and protect. And that's why in the last years, we have been spreading the story of these species, because we believe that if nobody knows about these species, if nobody notices them, they will disappear without even nobody noticing that they disappeared. But of course, that will be a big loss, not only for the forest, but also culturally. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you to my colleagues, supervisors, and to the entities such as Lisbon University and Alizé NGO for letting us doing this project. And thank you very much to the Global Biodiversity Festival for letting all of us conservationists, researchers, or educators spread the word about what we are doing and for the environment and for this planet.
All right. Well, Martina, thank you so much for that great presentation. As an educator myself, I know it's so important that we are kind of inspiring this next generation of scientists and explorers. And the best way is to get them when they're young, thinking about biodiversity and why it's important, and falling in love with all the different creatures on our planet. So I think the work you're doing is so important, and I think you're gathering some incredible data. So thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Thank you so much, Joe, for understanding us with an educator perspective.
All right. Well, I've got lots of questions here for you, but I want to start with something you said at the beginning. You said that there's when kids are young, they fall in love with different types of creatures, and usually what they're exposed to. So sometimes it's the mammals, the birds, because they're so charismatic and they look, in some cases they look similar to us. So I want to know, where did your love come from for the small creatures, for the invertebrates? Do you remember where that came from?
Sure. So when I when I was I think that I was very lucky because outside my house there was a garden. So I was going there maybe when I was about 2-3 years old, and I was doing some exploration behind the trees, and then I was finding these little creatures. And what I remember, that I would look at them very close and see that they also had eyes like us. And even if they were very small, they were moving, and then they were going inside the house, such as the ants. So I started to understand, okay, they have different shapes, they have different colors, but that's incredible because each of them has their places to live, their habits, like they were always going in the same place to eat, such as the slugs, and they were living under the same rocks. So I was never alone, like I always have my my neighbors outside in the garden, and I understood that they also had their life. We are not the only one living in this world. There are so many neighbors outside there, and sometimes we don't even see them just because they are smaller than us, but they are important.
All right, that's awesome. Very, very, very cool. So I wonder, what do you think it is that maybe pushes kids in one direction more towards the mammals? Do you think family's a big influence? Do you think it's what they see in the media? What do you think that the biggest influences are that maybe push kids away from those smaller species?
So, well, actually, it depends a lot how you tell the story as well. But it's easier for people to have an empathy with species that have an anatomy or a behavior similar to ours. So to make them develop an empathy with an invertebrate, it's a more difficult task. But if you tell the story from its perspective and you make people realize actually what's their life and why they are important, well, we can change this perspective. It's not that we have not to tell the story of mammals, we also have to do that. But there are so many species out there that nobody see them, and if nobody see them, they are going to disappear, and nobody's going to ever do anything about them.
Yeah.
But the influence, it's right. Like what we see in the television is very important as well, and there are. It's a lot of things. It's the family, it's the television, it's the way we educate children. When maybe we are outside, we can just stop for a second, and if you go in a corner, it will be always an invertebrate. There will always be a snail or an ant, and you can see it and start to see how it behaves and start to see its characteristics. So
yeah, I think parents and educators need to be a little more cognizant of how they react to things. If they see a spider in the classroom and they panic, or they see a snail or something and ew, get rid of it, right? I think parents and educators need to be a little more kind of cognizant of kind of how they portray life around them, because students, I think, really pick up on that. So I'm really curious, those two species that you highlighted, the monkey species and the West African giant snail, how did they end up on the islands? Were they intentionally brought? Were they accidental? How did the snails and the monkeys end up there?
So about the snail, actually, I just found it out in these days that with my colleagues, we are doing some genetic analysis, and we found that maybe this species comes from Nigeria. So what happens is that in Nigeria, it's a very how can I say, good dish to eat. Maybe you go to a restaurant, you say, wow, this is a very good dish to eat. In Nigeria, these snails are like high cuisine. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah.
And probably what happened in the 50s or around the 50s or 17 is that these snails were brought on purpose to eat them, and then people started to spread the snails all over the island. So snails, of course, they don't go so fast, but because people were spreading all over the islands, they started to occupy all the territory, even the territory of the other species, and in this way they just invaded all the island. And that's the story of the invasive snail. About the monomonkey, of course, I think that people introduced it maybe on purpose, that they are eaten on the island. So I don't know if they introduced them to eat them, but I'm not sure about the reason of the introduction of this species. And of course, it's weird to say we shouldn't protect this species, the monomonkey, but in this context, in this island, this species is an harm for endemic birds that only exist there. So
no, I see the challenge 100%. Students look and they see that charismatic, that really cute monkey, and of course, they want to protect it. But I guess that's the challenge is doing it when they're young, teaching them about ecosystems and the important parts of ecosystems, and how if you take things away and you add too many things, it has that huge impact. And kids are smart, so I think they can definitely understand that.
Yeah, it's controversial, even if for us adults as well, to understand this kind of dynamics. But kids are smart; they sometimes they get there before than us. So I'm confident.
Absolutely. Okay, well, the research you've been doing is great. It looks like you've been getting great results, kind of understanding what the students know about species and rural versus more urban, and you kind of have an understanding for what they want to protect. So I'm wondering, what are the next steps with your research? What are you hoping to do next?
So what I'm hoping to do next is to keep highlighting the importance of these taxa that I really have in my heart, which is snails. And because in these islands, there are around 89 species of snails, and 55 species only exist there. And these species, they don't even have common names. So I would love to learn more about these species with the help of students. I would love them to be excited about being researchers, about being conservationists, and not do this alone as a researcher with my colleagues, but do this with the students and children or teenagers or whatever. I think that there will be the most exciting thing to do. There is so much to discover, there is so much to protect, and we have to do it all together.
Absolutely. Well, you work and research in an incredible part of the world. It was amazing to get a little glimpse of that part of the planet. So thank you so much for sharing that with us today. And if people want to kind of follow along, where's the best place to follow you on social media?
So they can follow the page of the project, the Forest Giants Project, or also my social media, Martina Panisi, in Instagram and Facebook, or the website of the project, forestgiantsproject.org.
All right, perfect. I'll just pop a banner up here for your Instagram. Very, very cool. Well, Martina, thank you so much. Thank you for taking some time to share your story with us, share your research with us. Thank you for what you're doing to try and inspire the next generation to understand why biodiversity is so important. And of course, to realize the roles of our invertebrate friends, which without them, we'd be in big, big trouble. So Martina, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to chat with you today.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the other days of the Global Bio Festival. And good luck. You are doing a great job, like every year. So go on this way.
All right.
Bye. Thank you very much. Bye, bye, bye.
All right. So a great presentation from Martina, joining us from Italy. We had a great discussion earlier in the week, and I'll just pop up one more banner here. If you do want to visit the organization, forestgiants.org. do take some time and check it out and dive a little bit deeper. So we have just enough time to get in our next pre-recorded event before we get right back into the live stuff. And I'm going to introduce the next speaker. It's Peter Houlihan. He is the Vice President of Biodiversity and Conservation with Xprize. He specializes in planning and leading expeditions into understudied and threatened rainforests all over the world for conservation. Regularly, he's operating in more than 20 countries across Africa, the Americas, and Asia. Peter is passionate about working with local scientists and communities and inspiring others to learn about our natural world. And he's going to talk today about the Rainforest X Prize. It's an amazing initiative bringing teams from all over the world together to look for ways to better assess what's happening in our rainforests. So let me get my screen share queued up here, and we will take a look at this event with Peter, and then another great discussion with him afterwards.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another year's Global Biodiversity Festival. I'm grateful to be back and sharing more about some of our ongoing work at Xprize. My name is Peter Houlihan, Executive Vice President of Biodiversity and Conservation at Xprize, overseeing our initiatives in that space. And today I'm going to share a bit more about Xprize, the biodiversity and conservation domain, which is new since last year's festival, and then some of our current and future projects and prizes in this space. So I'm going to get into that, and just going to share my screen here. All right. So Xprize is a nonprofit that has been around for over 26 years, focused on creating incentivized prize-based competitions, targeting solutions to the grand challenges of our time. We believe in the power of this competition. Even though people are competing from all over the world, there's a lot of collaboration that comes about in terms of people convening to generate solutions towards common goals. And this kind of mentality goes back very far throughout history, but in particular, Xprize was inspired by a competition about a century ago to fly across the Atlantic. The first person to do that won a $25,000 prize. And that really catalyzed the idea and the thinking and the mindset behind the origins of Xprize, privatizing spaceflight, which is linked with the origin of companies like Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. And so since then, since those early competitions, actually, many of you may have seen a number of different individuals go to space over the past year. The image on the left here is Spaceship One, which was the winning technology from the first Xprize competition. And really, that technology was purchased by Richard Branson, became Virgin Galactic, and Spaceship Two took him to space last year. Since then, Xprize has expanded scope, reach, scalability in many different ways, launching prizes across all sorts of different thematic areas. And now I'm thrilled, since I joined Xprize just 2 years ago now, on a rainforest competition, I'm excited to share that we're expanding our own scope in biodiversity and conservation. We've partnered with so many different amazing organizations, universities, governments, private sector companies from around the world that are interested in the future of our planet and a more equitable, abundant future for all of humanity and all of the species on it. So this is just a small selection of key partners, collaborators in this process. And then again, with that, we were also just grateful throughout this process of our brain trust that we're convening. These are just a subset of individuals who have been engaged with us in many different ways, whether as members of our advisory boards on prizes within biodiversity and conservation, our judging panel, key partners and collaborators around the world, or members of our new biodiversity and conservation global visioneering brain trust that will help us to ideate new prizes for the future. And with that, I want to share some updates on Xprize Rainforest, I know in the past, in recent years since I joined Xprize, I shared a little bit along the way. And so I want to share where we're at with that, and then also share where we're at with a new prize that we hope to launch on coral reef restoration. So Xprize Rainforest was launched in the very end of 2019, before a massive global pandemic that is still impacting us today. And I just want to share a little bit about this. Tropical rainforests provide us countless benefits: clean air, clean water, to bringing carbon dioxide out of the air, stabilizing our climate. Without them, our climate doesn't have the resiliency that it needs for the future. We need more rapid and effective solutions in order to properly address these challenges, and that's where Xprize Rainforest comes in. Xprize Rainforest is a 5-year, $10 million competition, bringing teams together from all over the world to solve the greatest challenges facing tropical rainforests today. We need faster, more effective, more comprehensive solutions to address these issues and ensure that tropical rainforests are around for the future of all humanity. For those of you who are interested in joining us and following along this journey, find out more about Xprize Rainforest, the competition, and the teams involved on our website, rainforest.xprize.org. All right, so that's just a quick overview of the competition, and of course now it's been running for a couple of years. We started the competition really to address a critical need of the speed at which rainforests are being lost and degraded around the world, and the speed at which we're able to collect data to inform more immediate conservation action, inform policy, education, and support future protection, all done in partnership with Indigenous peoples and local communities. And so the competition is really aimed at incentivizing teams from around the world to come up with new tools that can support that process. Since then, we've recruited hundreds of teams from over 70 countries around the world. And in the meantime, our judging panel has gone through a few different rounds of selection to now where we have 36 teams from 18 countries. And I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute. Across the board, there are so many different objectives that we've been focused on. And I really view our competitions at Xprize as somewhat of long-term conferences. People have come together to focus on developing and designing and innovating solutions to more rapidly and autonomously monitor biodiversity, to support more equitable and rapid conservation efforts. But along the way, people are meeting on the sidelines. We've been hosting virtual events, a number of different workshops, a speaking series, a funders roundtable, and I'll get into all of those. But essentially what we wanted to catalyze with the mobilization of all of these like-minded individuals coming from so many different backgrounds and perspectives, but sharing that like-minded focus of developing solutions for tropical rainforests. And so to me, it's been a really inspiring process to just see what people can accomplish, though, again, being a competition, people are coming together to collaborate. And so there's so many different benefits of competing in a competition. A lot of teams do so to verify tech. They're interested in the different testing setups where they can deploy their technologies. Xprize does a lot in terms of operations to set up state-of-the-art testing facilities. Of course, this competition is a fascinating one because it's being tested in rainforests. So I'll explain a little bit about what we've been doing behind the scenes for that, a little bit of what I can share at this stage. And then there's just so many other aspects along the way. Xprize competitions have great success at catalyzing investment from all over the place. So teams are competing for, prize money at the end of the competition. They receive milestone funding support. throughout the competition at different stages as they advance along the way. But they also get different media exposure, and that also brings attention to them in terms of potential investors that may be interested in supporting their technologies or buying it or helping them scale it. So that's a really great opportunity for teams involved in our rainforest competition, our other competitions that we aim to launch in biodiversity and conservation, and other competitions in our other domains as well. So, and again, it's just a great opportunity to interact with all of our different partners involved. Ultimately, the winning team will survey the most comprehensive assessment of species within 100 hectares in 24 hours. And they also have a time limitation on data analysis. So it's really targeted on those spatial and temporal parameters of how much is possible in that space and time. But they're not expected necessarily to survey everything in that space, but how can we push the needle forward in terms of what's possible? And that's really the focus of the competition. And beyond the life of the prize, we also have an impact phase that I'll mention, where we hope that we will work with teams, the finalist teams, to really scale those technologies beyond this 100 hectares and work with local partners to better monitor, manage, and protect larger expanses of rainforest. So here's the breakdown of our different prizes along the way. Of course, we have our grand prizes at the end, but then there are milestone prizes throughout the competition. We're approaching our semifinal selection process right now. And so the teams that advance, the top 25 teams that advance to semifinals testing next year, will receive that first chunk of support to continue helping them along the way. So again, right now we're in our semifinal submission process. If you heard me speak a year ago, we were in our qualifying submission process and had just closed registration. Again, we had over 300 some teams from more than 70 countries. And the idea is to keep prompting the teams to submit more and more advanced details along the way to determine which are the teams that show the most promise to perform in the field in our semifinals testing next year and finals testing the following year. And these teams are really coming from all over the place in so many different ways, different countries all over the world, but then different backgrounds and expertise. When we first started to launch this competition, there were teams on one end of the spectrum that had very strong tropical ecology and biodiversity expertise, and maybe not so much in terms of the hardware and software to develop the technology that they had in mind, or vice versa. Some tech teams that were very skilled at building robotics and drones, or maybe very heavily trained in machine learning and artificial intelligence, but hadn't spent as much time in tropical rainforests before. So we spent a lot of time doing the matchmaking and facilitating, bringing people together to really form those comprehensive teams, and then also providing opportunities along the way for teams to recruit more individuals. And they actually still can do that. Our registration for new teams is closed, but our existing teams can recruit new members. So if this is really piquing your interest and you're curious how you could get involved, that is still a way that you could be part of the competition by joining a team. And again, right now we have 36 teams from 18 countries, and here's the breakdown of that around the world. And of course, none of this would be possible without our external community. We have our internal operations staff and staff across Xprize, but our advisory board and our judging panel have been extremely supportive throughout the way. We're just very grateful for their support. Their judging panel will have the difficult task coming up of reviewing the semifinal submissions from our existing 36 teams and determining the top 25 teams that will advance. And I'm actually pre-recording this because of one of our members, Dr. Tom Lovejoy, sadly passed away recently, and I'll be at his memorial during the Global Biodiversity Festival. But he's been extremely supportive of Xprize Rainforest over the years, and so I just wanted to give an extra shout out to Tom Lovejoy for all that he did to support us in this competition. And then throughout all of this competition, the entire lifespan of it, we've been very adamant about working in partnership with Indigenous peoples and local communities around the world, either local communities or organizations that already have those relationships that are, this has been core and central to every facet of the prize in terms of how it's been designed and operated. So I just wanted to share that. We've had the opportunity to convene this working group a lot over the years, and then more recently at different events, we've been able to convene members of this working group in person, which has been fantastic. And then lastly, in terms of our kind of ecosystem involved in this competition, is our Funders Roundtable. Which again is just a collective of philanthropies, donors, investors, venture capitalists, angel investors, who are interested in monitoring the biodiversity monitoring technologies that come out of this. They may be interested in investing in teams as they progress through the competition. So that's another way that at Xprize we work to support our teams by helping them as much as possible get exposure to additional sources of finance. And then again, as the world has been ever changing over the past couple of years, over the past almost year now, about 8 months, we've had the opportunity to convene at different conferences, our IUCN World Conservation Congress in Marseille, and then at COP26 in Glasgow. And it's been a great opportunity to really foster and further build these relationships that support our teams in the development of their solutions by providing additional partnerships along the way, and then also building various relationships for our testing locations. And that's been a big process along the way. And here are just a few shots of our work of advisory board members. On the bottom right, you'll see Harrison Ford gave an opening talk at IUCN World Conservation Congress with President Macron. On the top right, you'll see Tom Lovejoy virtually and Hindu in person. And then the other images, I guess bottom left, we have a Tosar, one of our judges, and then many of our partners from Cuenca in the Amazon. So it's just been great to convene in that way and bring our ecosystem together and advance the dialogue about innovative solutions for rainforest conservation at such prominent stages. And again, here we have our sponsor organization, Alana. We have Ana Lucia, who founded Alana, speaking in a closing plenary at UN climate change conferences in Glasgow, and a number of other talks about the prize. So that's just been great for us in terms of fostering those relationships and bringing people together around rainforest conservation. And then we've been scouting different testing locations around the world, from the Amazon to Southeast Asia to Central Africa. We've really been focused on, especially over the past several months, visiting different candidate locations where we could possibly convene these teams to test and trial their autonomous technologies in the field. And of course, there are many benefits for the locations that host the testing, and we've been working with all of the different candidate locations across the Americas, Africa, and Asia to organically figure out what could be possible. And so that's where we're at with our rainforest competition. We're really excited about the potential and the promise of so many teams competing. And then we also are excited about another prize that we hope to launch by the end of this year, focused on coral restoration. Of course, coral reefs provide countless benefits to the entire planet, directly to an estimated 1 to 3 billion people, depending on who you ask, but there's no doubt that coral reefs are critical to livelihoods of a significant proportion of people on the planet, and indirectly to all of us. So in addition to that, they support about a quarter of all marine life on the planet. And of course, I think as everybody here is aware, excuse me, coral reefs have been declining dramatically in recent years. And so we need more rapid and scalable and effective solutions to ensure that what is possible to protect and preserve is done. So we've been working very hard on establishing different partnerships around the world, similar to our rainforest competition, with various partnerships across the Americas, Africa, and Asia. We've been working to establish key partnerships across the Caribbean, Indian Ocean, and the Pacific. So ultimately, Xprize Coral Restoration is going to task these competitors with successfully restoring the largest area of coral reef in a 2-year period with a minimum of 3 hectares and at least 3 different types of corals. And they can choose 2 different tracks that they wish to pursue in this competition. So that's one that I think is of greatest urgency for our time. You know, there are serious projections for a loss of up to 90% of the world's coral reefs if we do reach 1.5 degrees Celsius and beyond, which we are certainly on track to do. So there is no time that could be more urgent than now to get this prize fundraised and launched. So anybody interested in any facet of that, this prize, please reach out to me, and I'm happy to share more. And then one other one that we're well on our way to fundraising and launching is a prize focused on combating wildfires. So early onset detection of incipient wildfires right when they're ignited, being able to use artificial intelligence to determine what are real fires and what are not. For example, just campfires or grills and things like that, people cooking in their backyard versus early onset, wildfires. So, and then being able to deploy technology to rapidly extinguish those fires. So with that, for all of these different initiatives, I just wanted to share a number of different events that we will be at. Some of these already happened, but then others are coming up. So if you're at any of the, I guess a few will happen before the time that this airs, but if you'll be at World Biodiversity Forum in Davos in June, or UN Oceans in Lisbon, or the ATBC meetings in Cartagena, or COP27 in Egypt, please reach out and we'd be happy to meet up there. So with that, I just wanted to say thanks for tuning in, and thanks again to Joe for allowing us to provide some updates on where things are at regarding biodiversity and conservation at Xprize. And you can always find out more about our ongoing work on rainforest at rainforest.xprize.org, and please feel free to email us. And so with that, I'm just going to stop screen sharing.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for sharing those updates. It's really inspiring. Those 3 areas you focused on, kind of the 3 of the biggest challenges we're facing right now, from rainforest to coral, to the wildfires we're seeing in places all over the world. So big challenges, but big challenges take, big ideas and big solutions. And I think what's most interesting about what you shared today is how, yes, on one hand, this is a competition, but kind of the evidence you shared that even though it's a competition, there's a lot of collaboration, a lot of voices being brought to the table, and it's leading to the formation of new teams and, looking at things from different angles. So the competition is actually breeding a lot of cooperation.
Totally. One thing, prior to joining Xprize, I didn't have any experience in competitions in this kind of way. Just sports growing up. And so it's been amazing coming from academia or coming from different NGOs, or working across different sectors. This model, what I've seen is how it helps to transcend different barriers and silos. And so in a lot of different fields, they're kind of structured in such a way that you're constantly operating within that and not really collaborating outside of that. And so it doesn't matter who you are, where you are coming from, what your background or expertise really is. If you have something that you can contribute to it, it's really focused on that team dynamic and that team element, and having diverse and comprehensive team composition. So yeah, I think that model helps to kind of break down some barriers.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so we're down to a selection of teams right now, but those teams aren't on their own. You're still in some capacity supporting them through Xprize along the way.
Totally. So yeah, I mean, we keep tabs on them along the way. We have different selection processes, but we also have checkpoints along the way that nobody's going to advance or be eliminated or whatever. We just want to make sure that they're if we can provide anything that would help them, that we do. And what I mean by that is kind of hearing, some teams may be like, you know what, we wish we learned more about this, or we could really use a particular expertise. And so what we do is offer up opportunities to all of the teams. We don't want to insert any kind of bias or conflict of interest, but it's like, you know what, if we realize that the majority of the teams would really benefit, meaning that the world would benefit ultimately from if these teams built up in this kind of way, then yeah, maybe we can bring in a speaker that can provide more insight on something, or a workshop through one of our partner organizations or something like that. So yeah, we're very actively engaged on the Rainforest competition, whereas early Xprize competitions, like the first one, was kind of like, when you win it, let us know. And
Right.
that took 10 years to win. And there wasn't really much that happened in that first era of those competitions. It was like the first to do it wins. And of course, the challenges that we face now are so complex, and we want the teams to be successful. And for me, yeah, I'll be interested in which team wins, but I'm kind of more interested in the collective cohort of everybody competing, being successful.
Yeah. No, it makes total sense. I mean, a team wins, we all win, right? These are very important, challenging issues. And just because a team doesn't win, doesn't mean that their technology, their research, what they've done isn't still going to benefit and carry on in some way. So
that's true. I mean, some of our in past competitions, there have actually been instances where a team did not win, but they actually secured more investment and had more success in the marketplace beyond the life of the prize than some of the teams that did win. And so the idea is really shaping, that group of teams and just hoping for the best.
Yeah. All right. Well, the goal for the Rainforest one, surveying 100 hectares in 24 hours, and then, yielding some good insights from that. That's a massive goal. I mean, I don't know you how complicated rainforest ecosystems are and how much is going on. So for someone, who's tuning in and might not know too much about how this data could be useful. So getting that picture of an ecosystem, of a piece of rainforest, how can that then help researchers, conservationists, biologists in the field?
Totally. And again, it's not intended for them. My background is exclusively in monitoring biodiversity in rainforests. And that takes a really long time, to comprehensively document what's there. But because it is so time and labor intensive, we just simply don't have the luxury of time to continue using the traditional methodologies across the board. Of course, we still need people to be doing that, but if there were tools that could help us document what's in tropical rainforests at a faster rate, that would help to inform different policy measures. And there are times when, we may plan an expedition for years, or a local team may be studying something for years, and then to actually get those data to influence policy could be many more years or decades. And so that bottleneck is really what we need to address. And that I hope that some of our teams will will really come up with breakthroughs for that. But then the other thing with the competition is that the teams aren't just tasked with producing a list of species. They're actually tasked with going beyond that and communicating what does that list of species actually inform us about the health, the well-being, and the value of standing tropical rainforests. I think for too long, we have been producing reports or scientific articles and things like that, where we're like, here's what's here. Obviously, it should be protected.
Yeah.
But that alone, one, it just doesn't get it to that next stage of being implemented. So that's one thing that we're tasking the teams to take it that step further.
All right. One more question for you, Peter. You talked about the value, the importance of bringing Indigenous voices, Indigenous communities to the table along the way through the development of the Xprize. So, a lot of us tuning in know that about 80% of our biodiversity is in the stewardship of Indigenous peoples, which is a staggering statistic and so important to bring their voices to the table. I'm wondering, can you think of an example of, where that Indigenous knowledge kind of helped shape or change some aspect of the prize?
Totally. And you know what I'm actually thinking about, because we were sitting next to each other at the Explorers Club event this past weekend, honoring the Indigenous leaders and guides who actually helped Peary and Henson get to the North Pole. And the descendants of those four Inuit leaders, their family members, were speaking to the importance of that kind of shared knowledge and wisdom. That, of course, Peary and Henson would not have been able to make it to the North Pole, obviously, without the guidance of those individuals who know that land and that territory like the back of their hand. But also there were certain technologies that were kind of critical to make the expedition possible. And that fusion is what was so necessary to make that a success. And of course, there's so much more to say about all of that, and it's polar opposite from the equatorial environment that we're speaking to. But that really, I think, it hit home in terms of this ethos of the need for knowledge sharing and collaboration, and of course, being done so in the right way, in the moment, not way after the fact. But I think with Xprize Rainforest, that is really the mentality that making sure that all of the right and stakeholders involved have a seat at the table and a vote, that they're part of the process as partners, not just beneficiaries down the line. So the idea is really to inspire teams to co-design, co-create, deploy technology together in partnership with those who, so that it's not just, well, we built something and this will be of use to people down the line. It's understanding what are those local challenges and how can we work together collaboratively to come up with solutions.
Yeah. All right. Well, Peter, thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks for the amazing work that you, your team, and others are doing with Xprize. I, for one, and I'm sure many viewers are excited to see, the results of the rainforest, the coral reef, the fire suppression. It's all challenges that we're facing. We're hearing about daily on the news. So yeah, big shout out to your team and the work you're doing. Thanks for joining us in the festival.
Well, likewise. Thanks for all that you do, Joe. Good to see you.
All right, you too. Thanks, Peter.
Well, a huge thank you to Joe and to Peter for that fantastic recording. Again, Peter couldn't make it because of attending Tom Lovejoy's memorial service, one of the icons of conservation storytelling over the last many, many years. So I hope, Peter, you had the chance to pay your respects there. And thank you so much for joining us as part of the Global BioFest. We are about to get back in with a series of 7 incredible live broadcasts to wrap up day 2 of this incredible festival. We have been to Nigeria, we've been to Indonesia, all across South America, a huge number of Brazilian programs today. And so a big thank you again to our entire team of incredible conservationists that have been sharing their story all day long. Now, I'm really excited to dive in because of a bit of a personal story leading into this next broadcast. I was walking down the beach the other day in my hometown of St. Catharines with my phone, using iNaturalist, checking out all the amazing birds that are coming now that it's spring again. And I have ducks, I have geese, I have seagulls, and I have a bird that stops me in my tracks. and I have to turn back and see exactly what it is. And I take a picture and go home and find out that it's horned grebe. Now, as a boy, I love learning about birds. Grebes in particular, though, have really always caught my fancy because they have the most spectacular plumage, courtship displays, and so much more. And so I'm very excited to have in today Kenny Rossler, who is an Edge of Existence Fellow. He's going to tell us a little bit today about his hooded grebe project to save one of the most beautiful birds, surely, not just in South America, but around the world. Without further ado, thank you so much for joining us today, Kenny, and welcome to the Global Biofest, man.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for also show. He was doing a really good job chasing me the last few months because I was in the field a lot, so he was chasing all the time. And he did a good job. I didn't respond as well as I think he was expecting, but thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here.
You're here, and the main thing is we want to feature people that are constantly in the field. It means you're doing incredible work, and so thank you so much. I'll pass along the big kudos, though, and of course, Joe's been behind this whole thing, so thanks for being here. I'm so excited to dive in with your special animal, and we've got your presentation up, Kenny, so if you want to go right ahead, you're good to go.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna to excuse me a little bit if I'm a little bit slow. I think I'm behind COVID again. Just I'm feeling old, so sorry if I'm a little slow. That's the situation worldwide. So let's deal with it. Yeah. Okay. My plan today was to give a short presentation because I don't know where all the people that is watching us is living, but in Argentina it's quite late, so probably if some interesting people from South America is here, it's probably going to be tired. So I don't want to bore them. So I'm going to talk about the hooded grebe project, which I hope most of you know the hooded grebe, but Joe asked me to introduce myself a little bit so you can know me. I don't know. It's all working all right. I've never been using the stream
fine.
Yet.
This is perfect, man. I love your presentation. We got your first slide up. It looks beautiful.
And the second one is already on?
Yeah, we got the picture of you in Santa Cruz, 2017, 1994, Las Cruces. You're good.
Perfect. Okay. I want to introduce very quickly. I'm born in the countryside of Argentina. I'm stunt birding since I was 10 years old, more or less. And as soon as I was, I don't know, 14, 15 years old, I become part of Aves Argentinas, the institution I'm part now. And since then, I've been always connected to conservation. And in 2010, I started this project I want to talk to you about the hooded grebe project. Actually, I joined as a volunteer in 2010, and a year later, I was already in charge of the conservation actions and the research. And nowadays, I'm more a coordinator together with Lali Fasola. We are co-coordinating the project and the whole program that I'm going to tell you about. And why this basically... One part of my life that basically it was different that time when I started birding is I really like the tropics until I met this awesome bird, the hooded grebe. The hooded grebe is awesome. It's beautiful. You can see it. It's amazing. But also it's kind of it's a mystery bird. It lives in the southernmost part of South America, really remote landscape, really extreme habitat, really hard to get to the places to see it. It's so remote that it was discovered in 1974. It's just new, a brand new species, considering the time of, like Jesse was talking about the horned grebe. Those grebes have been known for science since, I don't know, 200, 250 years old. This is brand new. So there was everything to know about this bird. So it was so intriguing that I switched my head and from the tropical forest that I loved when I was a kid to the Patagonia, to extreme Patagonia. And even more, it's a critically endangered species. It's a really, really endangered species. It's number 20 on the EDGE list of the Zoological Society of London. So basically, among the 10,000 birds species known, this is the number 20. This is not good. It's bad. It's the opposite. And mostly all the distribution of the species is within Argentina. There is a small population in Chile, which is really important as well. But mostly all the colonies that have been discovered so far, all the breeding colonies, are in Argentina. So it's a really big responsibility to Argentina to protect this species. So I felt that there was a responsibility to do something. And also because I like challenge, and this has many other challenges. So like one of the first things that I read about the hooded grebe which actually I had to test it during my PhD, but that has the lowest reproduction rate of all grebes. So it's not only that there are few of them, but they also reproduce very few every year. So it's a challenge bird. And the population, well, actually, the history is a little bit. I want to go a little bit backwards. When it was discovered in 1974, it was thought to be one of the most endangered species in the whole world. But soon after, the lot of people pay attention to the species and start to work on trying to find where it was actually, and they discovered that there were a lot of them. And actually, the UCN said in one report that probably it was living in a so remote place, so difficult to access place, that nothing would happen to it because it was naturally protected for humans. Well, we all know that humans has a big capacity to generate problems elsewhere. So basically, when I start to work with the project, start because we realized that something was going on. It was getting harder and harder and harder to get to see it. A lot of tour companies have failing to find the grip. And when we started working in 2009, 2010, we discovered that the population had crashed down to like 85% in only 25 years. So now there are less than 700 individuals around, about 700 individuals around. So we at that time we start to work and we said, okay, this is urgent. We have to do something. This is really, really, really important. So the first question was, what's happening with this grip? What's the problem with the grip? Well, and we all know probably during this festival you were talking a lot about climate change, because that's the thing that is like all over the world happening right now. It's really scary. We are all scary about that. Some people not, because they're crazy. I don't know. I can understand why they are not worried about, especially the politicians or some politicians. But also there were some other. It's hard for us to do something about this kind of climate change changing the whole ecosystem. But we can do some things about other threats that we have to know really well. Like, for example, invasive species that were happening. There was already mentioned in the literature that could happen. But then also there are habitat change by infrastructure. That was the main threats that were happening with the grip. And here is kind of one of my thoughts to like this talk. If I want to give a kind of some meaning, is to say that we cannot do any conservation if we don't have good science behind it. Why I say that? Because I'm a biologist, I'm a scientist, so I believe in science. But basically, nowadays there's a lot of science, a lot of conservation happening that is more like a perception of the conservationist. And that's not really the good thing to do, because we need to have information. We need to know what we are doing and why we are doing. We need to know the population. We need to know the species. We need to know the habitat in order to have to start to understand what's going on with the species and which are the conservation actions we have to take. Because otherwise we are just following our feelings, and that's never can be good, but you don't know. That's the problem. So with the hooded grip, when I just started, the first thing I decided was to go for a PhD, have a good science behind it, start to learn about genetics of the population, to understand how the population were kind of not behaving now, but in the past. But also I started to study migration to understand how the population was behaving now, how they are moving around, because we need to know the roads, we need to know the demographic trend, a lot of things we need to know. But also I have to connect with a lot of researchers in order to understand the habitat and a lot of you can not know the species, the hooded grip, if you don't know the place where it lives. So basically, species and habitats are things linked. You cannot take one apart and think you are preserving the species. You need to preserve the species and the habitat. So I need to connect with a lot of people, a lot of researchers, and try to understand the conditions of the habitat. And that was kind of really hardcore science. But we never make that as to kind of to push back for conservation actions, because that's the other kind of I don't know, experience I have learned, is that you have to be doing conservation even though you don't have the science. That seems contradictory, but like conservation is urgent. You have to do it. So you have to do it, and you have to take measures, and you have to try to accomplish what you're looking for. But if you are doing good science by the side, you can start to kind of interact between the two of them, start to take better decisions and correct yourself. You don't have to be afraid of make mistake when you are working in conservations, because we are in an urgency. We have to do something, and sometimes that decisions are not always the best, but you have to have data to prove that you are doing the things right, or to prove that you are doing the thing wrong and correct yourself. So we soon after, about 2011, we already start with the colony guardian programs, which is a kind of a crazy program. It's basically people that lives next to the colonies of Reefs, like in the photo on the upper right. These guys, they are crazy. I was one of them at the very beginning. Now, sadly, I'm not longer one of them, but they live with the Reefs. They spend all day, and they take care that nothing happened to the Reefs. And that's an awesome work to do, because you are really committed to conservation if you are doing that in the Austral Patagonia, where the weather is really extreme. Winds of over 100 kilometers, snow storms in the middle of the summer. But well, we're also doing some things in-house, like in our field station, like the hand-rearing XE2 program had been working really well, especially this year. And we are doing some stuff that also try to counteract the effects of the global climate change, like the creating kind of artificial colonies with platforms. So we're trying to tackle all the threats, and especially the invasive species, which as a conservationist, I don't like to work controlling other species, but there are things that you have to do in order to basically to restore the characteristic of all the health and an environment. So we've been restoring lakes, controlling the kelp gull population, which is actually the kelp gull was a native species of Patagonia, but the population had increased so much following the city dams that we are working with the government to try to control or to kind of make better city dams. And we are controlling the mink, which is a more acute threat for the hooded grebe. One American mink can kill the whole colony, like a colony of 30, 40 individuals can kill in one night. So it's a really, really acute. Think that the whole population of the species is about 700 individuals. But one of the biggest and most important lessons, like the things that the grebe have done for us for conservation, is that we realized that the grebe was a perfect umbrella and flagship species. So on the back of the hooded grebe, we create the Programa Patagonia, which is the Patagonian program of Argentinas. And that allows us to use the resources that the hooded grebe was creating to protect the habitat to work with many other species, especially many other endangered species, much far less known and less charismatic species. And nowadays we have like 13 ongoing scientific studies and conservation lines on endangered species all over Patagonia, from northern Neuquén province in central Argentina down to Tierra del Fuego, with I don't know, I'm a birder, so the Magellanic plover to me is like an awesome bird, and or the Austral rail, that is a ghost of the reed beds that was thought to be extinct until 1988. So they are very interesting animals in Patagonia. But we are also working using the hooded grebe and all these kind of flagship that the hooded grebe is, to try to work with a community level, mostly with carnivores or big herbivores, because there is a lot of human-wildlife conflict in Patagonia, especially the ranchers with the carnivores, because the puma, for example, feeds on the sheep, or the guanacos competing by the grass with the sheep. So we start to work with that to try to bring solutions to wildlife and to people, of course. And one of the things that I really, really like is that the American Mink Control Program that we designed to protect the hooded grebe was so successful. Basically, we have had 0 grebes killed since we started the program. That was kind of awesome. Before that, we found like many surplus skin events of mink, and since we start to work with the control program, we have 0. So 100% success. That's the dream. And the National Park Administration of Argentina saw that, understand that was really good, and I start to take our strategy and start to modify and start for other species like the torrent duck or the geese or many other waterfowl mostly, and mammals and frogs that mink also preys on. And now we are working with national parks in 5 different national parks in all over Patagonia. So that's awesome, because one strategy that born on the hooded grebe now is all over Patagonia, protecting a lot of species. And because of the mink as well, the control program, we start to train a dog, Hobbs, on the left, with Patrick, our kind of the leader of our dogs program. But we decided to have some dogs to look for mink, but also for endangered species. So now we have 5 dogs working, and 3 of them are working with endangered species, mostly with the southern river otter, but also we are trying to push harder to get some dogs working with torrent ducks or some other species that can be really useful to have dogs working with them. So now the conservation dogs that we have is one of the main kind of strategies we are trying to push and try to get much better in the close future. And because we learn about dogs, another kind of thing that we decide to go through is to work with the protection dogs for cattle. Like you can see that how the conservation of the hooded grebe, like 12 years ago or 13 years ago, start to go from different directions, all like pushing forward conservation of Austral and all over Patagonia. That's kind of awesome, for at least for me. And now we learn a little bit about these protection dogs for sheep. We see that it's working really well. The ranchers are using less kind of dangerous techniques to control predators. They are controlling less predators. So now we decide to have our breeding station for dogs, and we are going to be trying to be the suppliers of dogs for the ranchers, especially for those ranchers that cannot buy the dogs by themselves. So that's kind of one of the lines that we're pushing forward. But I think one of the best things of the hooded grebe project since we start is the hooded grebe, the Juan Mazar Barnett field station, biological station. And why I'm saying that? Because nowadays there are over like 20 research group and institutions working in our field station, using the field station as a kind of a base camp for their research. So basically the hooded grebe is helping to a lot of people to get to know the Patagonia really well. And we all know that if we don't understand the kind of the habitat or the place where we are living, we cannot protect it. So it's kind of, I think it's awesome how in 12 years we managed through the grebe to have this center, this field station in the middle of nowhere, literally in the middle of nowhere, in a place like you can picture that Santa Cruz province is the same size than the UK, but has the lowest population all over Argentina, which is quite really low population. Argentina has less than 50 million people living in the country. So it's a place where there is nobody. So having this field station is kind of a unique tool. It's really important to have it, and people is starting to is already using it as a facilitation to get information on Patagonia. And Patagonia is also have been really important for climate change studies. So it's kind of this field station is supporting research that is going to have an impact worldwide. So we are really, really happy about this. And because of we have managed so well the station, I'm kind of proud. Perhaps I feel a little bit too proud of ourselves, but I'm really happy because we are talking about 15 years of work, and we just not have this field station, which is awesome. We have 2 other like satellite field stations, one within the Los Glaciares National Park, or the Glaciers National Park in Santa Cruz, and the other not far from the national park, but in the middle of the woods in an area called Lago del Desierto, which is awesome place. It's beautiful, but it's really important for conservation. So we have 2 other locations that now researchers are using also to pursue their research, but we are using for our conservation strategies as well. And because of all these facilities, we opened our project to a lot of volunteers. These numbers are actually really old. We are almost over, I think we are over 400 volunteers. from more than 17 countries in the world that have been joining us, all over Argentina, of course. So this is kind of, we feel that this is a kind of a school for conservationists. And actually, during the last year, we did our first conservation course in Argentina for sure, and probably one of the first in Latin America of applied conservation. Basically, the students spend like 2 months with us working, studying like theoretical content, but also doing real life conservation. They were doing real life conservation actions. So that was, and we're really happy because we think it's like an upgrade of our volunteering program. And also, of course, we cannot stay all the time in the field, even though I'm a field biologist, so I love it. We have a lot of these social media platforms and a lot of talks like this one, which are really important, and we are trying to have more and more every year. We have our Instagram that you can follow, our Facebook, which is a little bit older, but you can follow. And we just opened a new Twitter account that is going to be more science style, but I would really like if you can join us and follow us. It's going to be really, really cool. And of course, we try to, even though I'm the face, I'm not the pretty face of the project, but we're trying to go for a lot of interviews and in newspaper, television, and actually we made to get to national television many times last year because some events that we had. And we have done a lot of outreach activities and environmental education, mostly with small kids on a primary level. And we have been doing a lot of materials using the hood grip as a symbol for the kids, and it's kind of been great so far. We are really happy. Actually, one of the biggest results you can see that we have now 2 kind of almost technicians. You may say that they start like 12 years ago as young kids in primary school, and now they are working with us. So they are full grown adults now, more or less, and they're already working with us. So, and they came from this whole effort of environmental education. So that's awesome. And because of that, I feel kind of I sound like I'm a lot of proud of ourselves, but I am actually. We've been kind of, we have had many awards, which are really happy because actually they are not just the money that is behind these awards, but also by the recognitions of a lot of people and a lot of support that came from this award. Actually, with the Whitley Awards last year, the National Senate of Argentina make basically I don't know how to say it in English, like a law that our Patagonia program now is a national importance. So that's awesome for us because basically the national state is basically getting acknowledged of all our efforts. So that's kind of great. Well, was quick. I speak a little bit too fast sometimes, but I want to thank everybody. And you can see that there is a lot of people behind our work that I'm really thankful. And thank you, Jesse, again. Thank you, Joe, for all the work. And I'm sorry I missed much of the day today because I heard that there was people from Tompkins Conservation and my friend Sean Cutler was talking today as well. And I missed those talks, but
well, Kenny, you can go watch them later on. They're going to be on YouTube forever. So when you're done your talk, if later tonight or tomorrow morning you want to wake up and watch, you're going to be online forever. So is everybody else. That's half the fun of the festival, is that we all get the chance to tune in and keep the learning going long after we're done. And by the way, you kept apologizing for being so proud. You should be really proud. That's an incredible amount of work, and you've done an amazing job. And the fact, I love the emphasis of the fact you started working with kids that are now adults that are coming to volunteer and work with you. That's like, that there's no better story in conservation than that. So I kudos to you from myself and the whole Global BioFest team. You highlighted a piece of conservation success that I've literally never heard of before, and I want to ask you how you possibly did it. So you have the mink that are eating the grebes, and you have you stopped that from happening. How did you stop that from happening? Because I think a lot of people saving animals around the world would love to know how you stopped an apex weasel predator.
Well, I might say that all that the person who accomplished that was Lali Fasola, which is now the co-director of the program.
Yeah.
She had a lot of experience working with the wild crew in the UK, working on control of the mink. But she had to create a whole new system, because Patagonia there is nobody. So we cannot work with volunteers or whatever. We have to do everything by our own, because not even the national park was there yet. Then we managed to get the national park, the creation of the Patagonia National Park. That's kind of one of our main accomplishments. But there's so many things that we have done that is really hard to to mention all of them. But yeah, they have been so short time, and so many things that sometimes it's a little bit too much. But well, actually, yeah, Lali created all this control system, but actually the main success was the colony guardians. These people, these field technicians, they are people that are this kind of amazing. They are living for 4 months on a row in camps next to the colonies of the Reefs in the highland plateaus of Santa Cruz. You can, if you went at some point to Torres del Paine or Los Glaciares National Park in Argentina, you may feel that it's like an extreme habitat. The highland plateaus are even a little bit extremer, because they are higher and more in the open, more wind, more cold. This is kind of really strong habitat. But these guys or women, actually you had one of our colony guardians now is leading one of the project was talking today in the morning with Tompkin Conservation. But basically these people control everything that's happening. They never they actually becomes a little bit kind of crazy, and they cannot even sleep, because they're all the time worrying about the Reefs. So they don't let anything get close to the Reefs, and that's especially the mink. The mink was the main threat. The mink was so early detection of the mink at the colonies was one of them, our main targets, and the colony guardian did that. So basically, by using colony guardians, we basically stopped the whole surplus killing events that we had in the past. And then with the control strategy that Larry Fasola designed, basically we remove the minks farther down to the plateaus, and now the population are very far away. So basically there is less chance of a mink reaching the colonies of the Reefs. Yeah. So it was a complex. Now we have a lot of support of national parks, but it's really expensive, because to go around these plateaus is about 250 kilometers. So you have to do 250 kilometers every 1 week. So that's a lot of money and resources of trucks, people, and fuel, which we are using a lot of fuel as well. So sometimes you have to be aware of your footprint as well. So yeah, it was a really challenging thing. Actually, we brought people from the wild crew, and they say we cannot say anything about this, because we have never seen anything like this in our life. The UK is completely different, so we can give you some tips, but that's it. You're on your own, and Lali did really well, actually.
Kenny, I love the detailed answer, and I love the lack of filter over some of the problems that you can have in the field. 4 months out in a tent in the middle of Patagonia. It sounds like quite a difficult challenge, and not for everybody, but I'm glad that we have so many people that are willing to do that as part of this program. Again, the passion and dedication for conservation really has shown through in absolutely every session we've had. I just want to ask one more question before we head on. Time flies and you're having fun in the BioFest, but you mentioned a few organizations over the course of your program: Wild Crew, Edge of Existence, and Whitley Awards, all three of which seem to keep coming up in a lot of programs. Can you speak to the sort of training or funding or support that they've given to allow you to do this work?
Yeah, the most important of all of those three for me on my behalf is the Edge of Existence. Not because I was the Whitley Award winner, but sadly it was during the pandemic, so I couldn't go there, because they do a really good training capacities. But with the Edge of Existence, I basically was caught by them and my one of early stage of my career, and they trained me for like 3-4 years in a row, and they still give me a lot of support. And that's the Edge of Existence program is an awesome program for young conservationists, but because give you the tool to start to run a project, but also they keep pushing forward with you, and they keep and they helping. I'm already a grown adult. I'm 4 years old, and they still. I talk with Claudia or with Debbie or Olivia all the time, but not all the time because I don't want to bother them all the time, but because they're really after you all the time, and they're always there if you need some assistance, and I think that's great. That's the thing that the big NGOs have to do with local conservation projects. Well, Wheatley was awesome. I cannot describe the impact on the media in Argentina that Wheatley Awards had. That's kind of is one of the biggest step we got with our project. So Wheatley is really incredible. If of course they have kind of a little amount of money every year, but that would be great to push everybody to have that opportunity, because it's awesome.
Kenny, thank you so much for all of this. Again, your work's really special. I brought up that Eres Argentinas website, so people want to check that out. I've put it in the YouTube chat for anyone who's tuning in. They want to learn more. And kudos to you for doing such great communication work in the local community and on social media. I hope you continue to get national news coverage, because you certainly deserve it for this level of dedication. And just thank you so much for joining us as part of the BioFest today, man.
Thank you, and sorry for my long answers.
You're good. Your answers are perfect. Have a wonderful day. Keep up the great work, and I hope you get the chance to watch some of those other programs in the days to come. Thanks, man. All right. Kenny, guys, again, professional detachment out the window. I am having so much fun. I hope you guys are as well. I know we're getting late in the evening for some of our friends, but with our next speaker, we're going to be going for a little bit of a morning wake up instead of the evening, because we are going around the world and heading away from South America. We've spent a lot of time in South America to go hang out in Malaysia, one of the most special places in the world, with Peter Ong. So Peter Ong's been hosting with us for the last couple of years, but you know what? He's just doing too much amazing stuff this year that there's just no chance. You're killing it, Peter. Peter is a wildlife photographer, an amazing champion for wildlife. And as Kenny just mentioned, you can't protect something unless you know about it, unless you understand it. And so what your work does so well is try and make sure that people do know about these animals and do know about them through amazing visuals. You take the most incredible shots of primates. And so I'm so excited to dive in with your Project Vanier today. We're going to dive in. We're going to lend a voice. We've got some Jane Goodall roots and shoots action there on the bottom. Peter, thanks so much for joining us for the BioFest, man.
Hey, Jesse, good evening to you. Well, good morning to everyone who's tuning in from Asia. Thank you so much for having me on board again this year. I'm really glad to have this opportunity to share this project with everyone again, and to basically update everyone on what's been happening here in Malaysia.
I can't wait. Well, I'll leave it to you, and I can't wait for a great Q&A at the end too.
Perfect. Okay, so let's get started. So just a little bit about me. I'm not just a wildlife photographer. I used to do musical theater as well, back before the pandemic happened. Smack, that turned everything upside down. So during the pandemic, I was fortunate enough, of course, to be living in a place like Malaysia, which is one of the 17 mega biodiverse nations in the world. So which meant that I could just go out and, take lots of images of our weird and wonderful things. This project is supported by Roots and Shoots Malaysia, which is, of course, led by the iconic Dr. Jane Goodall. And how Project Monyet came about was essentially when Dr. Jane Goodall came to visit Malaysia back in 2017. Monyet in Malay means monkey, and it sort of all encompasses apes as well. So, of course, her question was to me back in 2017 when she first visited, was how are Malaysia's primates doing? And at that time, of course, being a musical theater person and a photographer, not really a wildlife photographer yet, but a photographer, I had no clue, really. So I thought, well, perhaps Google, the purveyor of all information, will have some answers, right? So off I go, Google. And in 2017, surprise, surprise, there wasn't even a comprehensive species count of the primates of Malaysia. That to me was rather shocking. This is 2017, and we don't even have a number of the amount of species we have in Malaysia. So after much digging, much digging, I managed to get some answers. But along the way, it really got me thinking, because you see, a lot of people have this conception of Malaysia, right? When I say Malaysia, people think, tropical country, great beaches, iconic architecture. We have some of the tallest buildings in the world, multicultural, multiracial, multilingual, history, great shopping, great food. But unfortunately, a lot of people, Malaysians included, are not aware that our jungles here are actually older than the Amazon. Our jungles are 130 million years old. We are considered one of the 17 most biodiverse nations on the planet. And we're up against, we're actually quite a small country. Our population is only 32 million people. And that's, fewer people than can be found in the city of Shanghai. So we are a very, very small nation. And we're up there with nations with big landmass like Indonesia, China, the United States, Mexico, Brazil. So our lands are really, really packed. And that's just terrestrial. We haven't even looked at, what's in our oceans. New discoveries, of course, being made all the time. Recently, it was discovered that an owl, a tiny little owl that was once considered extinct, has been rediscovered to be alive and well. Of course, because we have so few researchers in the field, we do not actually know how many of this owl is left in the wild, but it's good to know that there's at least one flittering around out there. However, while new discoveries are constantly being made, our unique and amazing wildlife is unfortunately also disappearing at the same time. So a quick introduction to our primates. We have 26 primate species as of this year. It used to be 25. And then we discovered that the banded langur is that we lumped up under the category of banded langur is actually two separate species, the Robinsons and the Raffles. So we have 26 species of primates as of this year. And out of this 26 species of primates, 2 are critically endangered, 11 endangered, and 3 data deficient. Data deficient meaning no studies being done at all. And that's really quite worrying for, a nation that's so biodiverse, right? It's 2022. And we, as a species, we have sent man to the moon. We have sent man to the out into outer space. And yet we still don't know what's on the very surface of our planet. So that to me is quite worrying. But let me take you around Malaysia for a bit and show you some of our wonderful primates. So this is a view of the city of Kuala Lumpur, the capital, where I am at the moment. As you can see, skyscrapers galore. However, at the back and in the foreground, you can see kind of mountains and forests. This is sunrise as the sun was breaking over the mountain ranges. So we have a lot of green in Malaysia. Which is something a lot of people don't necessarily associate with our urban sprawl, because Kuala Lumpur is one of the most developed cities in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia. So it's amazing that we still have so much green patches around the city. And in these green patches, you find wonderful things like this white-thighed surili. Now, this white-thighed surili is rather strange because it is usually found up in the highlands of Malaysia. The mountains which you saw in the previous photo, they're usually found up there. However, there's a pocket, an isolated pocket of white-thighed surilis in the city itself, not too far from the Petronas Twin Towers. So why they are here, how they got here, nobody knows, because again, they are data deficient. Nobody's actually studying this population stuck in the city. So that's one of the things which my photography hopes to highlight. And it's something that I constantly talk about, the need for more wildlife researchers, especially in countries that are so mega biodiverse like Malaysia. We just don't have enough studies being done at all. And this is another one of our primate species. It's a southern pig-tailed macaque. One of the interesting studies that was recently done, so this is one of the more common macaques that you can find in Malaysia, quite easy to see, is that they have been discovered to have a penchant for eating rats in plantations, which is actually a boon to plantation owners, especially palm oil plantation owners, because what we've been trying to do is to say that, I mean, Malaysia, I'm not going to run away from the fact, Malaysia is one of the world's largest exporters of palm oil, right? However, there has been a policy that was recently introduced to say that no more forests will be cut down to grow the plantations, right? So already with what we have, this is it, right? No more forests will be cut down to expand plantations. So what we are trying to do in Malaysia is to increase the efficiency of the current plantations. So one of the one of the research that was currently published, it was discovered that this particular macaque loves eating the rats in the plantations, and they have evolved to find these rats in the plantations. So there's an argument now being made that you do not need chemicals, pesticides, etc. to protect the crops. Let's look at biodiversity control as nature designed it, right? So introduce owls, introduce eagles, and of course these macaques into the plantations to do what they do and to keep the population, the pest population, under control. We are also blessed with amazing islands. Some of the most amazing beaches and oceans on the planet can be found in Malaysia. And of course, people flock there for the diving. Everyone loves to come to Malaysia to dive, but I always tell them, don't just dive when you're on these islands. Go into the forests, because you'll find amazing things like this dusky leaf monkey. Now, this particular species of monkey is quite unique because it has golden colored offspring. They're also known as the golden babies because they're so adorable. However, they are currently endangered. There used to be a population of least concern just a couple of years back, but now they're actually endangered because of the illegal wildlife pet trade. We have a serious issue here in Malaysia with the illegal wildlife pet trade, not just locally, but also globally. It is incredible how much demand there is for wildlife as pets, right? So this particular species has literally been poached to endangerment because the baby is so cute. And you can find social media ads advertising these babies for sale. Unfortunately, a lot of these babies do not live to maturity because they always get fed the wrong foods, right? People always associate, oh, I've got a pet monkey, so they must like bananas. So let's give it lots of bananas. Let's give it lots of sweet fruit. However, it's a leaf monkey, so its diet basically consists of eating tree bark, raw fruit, and leaves, So when they're fed bananas, apples and oranges aren't found in aren't grown naturally in Malaysia, and they're full of sugars. I mean, what basically happens is that this baby monkey basically dies from poisoning, right? It cannot digest or break down the sugars. Its stomach is made up of 4 chambers, exactly like a cow's, to break down food which is high in fiber. So when you give it a mushy, sugar-rich food like a banana, it's actually not good for it. So we have a huge problem, and that's what one of the issues that Project Moni aims to tackle, is to raise awareness of the detriments of this illegal wildlife pet trade. Of course, no trip to Malaysia should be complete without a trip to Borneo. In Borneo, Malaysia, we have 2 territories, Sabah and Sarawak. And in Sarawak, you can find this Sabah as well. There's a beautiful monkey known as the proboscis monkey. In the local language, when you translate it, it's known as the Dutch monkey, because I guess when the Dutch invaders, colonialists first arrived on the shores, everyone thought, oh wow, the Dutch people have a big nose just like this monkey. So they fondly refer to this monkey as the Dutch monkey. It's a wonderful primate. It's known for its huge nose and also its huge pot belly. The males have huge pot bellies, and that the larger the pot belly, the sexier the male is. So yeah, different folks, different strokes. And of course, the orangutan, it's a wonderful thing to see a great ape in the wild, and nothing beats the experience of seeing an orangutan in the wild. I was very fortunate to be able to actually follow a researcher back in 2015 into Sabah to trail rehabilitated and released orangutans. Now, people always assume that it's an easy thing, right? I'll just send this rescued orangutan into a rehabilitation program, and in a couple of years, it will be released back into the wild. Easy peasy. Actually, that is not true. The orangutan is one of the most difficult apes to rehabilitate. Firstly, they are solitary creatures, right? So they're not social like chimpanzees or gorillas. They are solitary. They move around in the wild on their own. And the other reason why they're so endangered and their population numbers just don't seem to be able to bounce back up is because the female will only have one child every 8 years. The female will not reproduce until this child is fully independent and leaves. So that is a problem. I mean, humans reproduce at a lot faster rate than the orangutan. So this is a huge concern. The other concern, of course, is the illegal pet trade, the illegal wildlife pet trade. People still would like to own orangutans, especially baby orangutans, as pets. Back in 2019, before the pandemic shut everything down and shut down travel, there was a case reported in Indonesia, in Bali, at the Bali airport. A Russian tourist was arrested with a baby orangutan in his check-in luggage, and the baby orangutan was drunk. Presumably, he was given alcohol and passed out in the suitcase so that he could be transported back to Russia as a pet. So all these things are still going on. It is a huge global problem. The threats that our wildlife face. Anyway, back to seeing orangutans in the wild. I'd like to share with you this next video that I was fortunate enough to experience in the wild. So this is the orangutan female. Her name is Hope. She was rescued as a child, as a little baby orangutan from the illegal wildlife pet trade from the ports of Sabah, about to be shipped off. And she was one of the two females who were successfully rehabilitated, released into the wild, and she is one of two who have successfully mated in the wild as well. So this is her little baby Doris. Now, it is vital that this bond between mother and child is not interrupted at all, because the baby learns everything it needs to survive only from its mum. So very sadly, baby Doris did not live to maturity because mummy Hope was just not equipped to raise a child. Because she was herself separated from her mum at a very, very early age. However, the good news is that she has been found to be carrying again, heavy with child. So we hope that round 2, she will have more experience and will be able to better care for her newborn. So yes, I highly recommend a trip into the jungles of Sabah, if you're ever in Malaysia, to experience watching an orangutan in the wild. It's really incredible. And back into the peninsula, one of the states in the peninsula that is hardly visited by tourists and locals alike is the northern state of Perlis, which is bordering Thailand. It's a drive-through state. Everyone always just drives through it to get from Malaysia to Thailand. But I do highly recommend for people to stop over and explore the state because it has this wonderful primate called the stump-tailed macaque. This is another one of those weird primate populations that we know close to nothing about. In fact, we've only just started to do a number count because this population of stump-tailed macaques, they're usually found up north, right near the Himalayas, Nepal, northern India. However, there is this pocket population isolated in the state of Perlis. They do not cross over to Thailand and they do not come anywhere down south past this little area in Perlis. So nobody knows, I mean, how they got there, why they're there, how they're doing, talking when I was there trying to photograph them, talking to the villagers. This old gentleman was saying that, in his 70s, he was saying that they've always been there, even when he was a kid. In fact, a lot of traditions, performing traditions, puppet masks, with the red face were developed because the locals drew inspiration from this macaque. And of course, there's been no scientific paper done. So that's what I mean. I use these photos to try to encourage more youths, especially, to be more inquisitive, right? Ask questions and perhaps go into science and especially wildlife research, right? Malaysia needs it. We have so much biodiversity and so much still unstudied and undiscovered. So this is one of them, the stump-tailed macaque. And if you ever come to Malaysia, not many people do this. They don't really go up into our highlands. Most of them hang around in our cities and on our beaches and islands. But we have a central forest spine in the peninsula of highlands, and you have really incredible, unique or wildlife that can only be found near these highlands. One of them is this agile gibbon. Malaysia has 5 species of gibbon. A gibbon, for those of you who are not familiar with it, is an ape as well, like us. It's widely known as a lesser ape, which I always think is a bit of a misnomer because they are extremely intelligent and they are so much like us human beings because they do not live in big groups like the chimpanzees or even solitarily like the orangutan, right? They actually live in family units. So there's always daddy, mummy, baby, and an older juvenile. So they live in tight family units just like us. So the similarity to our way of life is very, very evident, and very little is actually known about our gibbons. There is research being done, but we could always do with more. All 5 gibbon species in Malaysia are endangered, and that is quite sad. They are also widely poached for the illegal wildlife pet trade. So this little agile gibbon was hanging off the tree. They never come down to the ground unless they have to, unless the tree cover the trees don't meet for them to brachiate. So they're one of the fastest movers in the trees. They're like flying ninjas. If you ever get the opportunity to watch them fly through the trees effortlessly, please take that opportunity up. This is a siamang. It's the largest gibbon species in the world, and it can only be found here in Malaysia, in the peninsula, and also in Sumatra, in Indonesia. Gibbons are another wonderful thing about gibbons, that they're actually endemic to this part of Asia, Southeast Asia, and Eastern Asia. Nowhere else in the world has gibbons. And one thing that is wonderful about gibbons as well, apart from the fact that they live in family units, is that they sing. Our jungles reverberate with gibbon song, and that is one of the most incredible magical experiences to experience in our jungles. So if you're ever out this way, please do consider trying to find a gibbon. So this is a baby siamang. It's a photograph that was recently taken up in Genting Highlands, which is on the Central Forest spine, and it's a very heartwarming photo because it's so rare to see a baby gibbon in the wild. In fact, it's really hard to see a gibbon in the wild, period, because they are so shy, incredibly shy, and they're so fast. They're quick movers, and they know how to camouflage when the need arises. So to be able to spot this wonderful baby siamang in the wild was such an amazing experience, and to know that it was doing well, its mommy is doing well, even though they live in a rather developed part of the highlands. They have adapted quite successfully to human presence and human activities in the highlands, so that is also quite encouraging. The other third species of gibbon that you can find here in the peninsula is the lar gibbon, or the white-handed gibbon. It is adorable. It's got this white ring around its face. It's got Michael Jackson gloves. It's really cute. But unfortunately, it is also highly poached and is now endangered because it is so cute. There are rehabilitation programs like those being done by the Gibbon Protection Society here in Malaysia to try to rehabilitate rescued gibbons from the pet trade. However, not all of them are able to be released because, again, they need to learn all these life skills from mum. And it's very hard to teach these life skills to these babies, to equip them for life in the forest. This is the sound of the lar gibbon in the wild. I'm not sure if you can hear it.
We sure can.
As you can see, you can't see it. You can only hear it, and that's the song of the gibbon. right? That's what that's the song that you'll hear as they sing, as they call out. I'm sharing this video with you because I'm actually following this one lone gibbon. So this lone gibbon, and as I've said before, they live in family units, right? But the sad situation of this gibbon, whom I've named Solo, is that he lives in this green pocket of forest that is cut off on one side by a major mega highway and is surrounded on all other sides by a sprawling housing estate. So he has seen his family die off one by one by one, and now he's the last one left. So usually when you go into the forests of Malaysia, you will have you hear gibbon songs, right? So they'll sing and they'll call out to each other. But what's really heartbreaking about this particular scene, and I'll play it for you again, is that he's singing on his own and there's no more call back to him. And what's really sad as well is that when he goes, this forest will actually fall silent and will probably never hear a gibbon song ever again. So this is his last song, literally. Yep, so that's the song of the last gibbon here in Bukit Serdang, and this is an image of him that I managed to capture. I know it's you can't see him in the video. It's really tough to see a gibbon in the wild. It is super challenging because they're so arboreal. They hardly come down to the ground. The really wild ones never touch foot on the ground. So they get their water from nooks on the trees. So they have no reason to actually descend to the ground. So you actually have to crane your neck upwards all the time looking for them. So this is Solo, and he's the last of his kind in this little patch of forest in Kuala Lumpur. People have come to ask me, why is it that we can't take him out and relocate him, right? And I always explain to him that, explain to them that it's really difficult to relocate arboreal animals like gibbons, because firstly you can't physically catch them. There is just no way to catch them. You'll have to tranquilize them. But because they live so high up, there is a huge risk that when they are tranquilized, they will fall. And when they fall, it's either they fall to their deaths or they sustain serious injuries. So it's really difficult to translocate a wild gibbon. And they're also highly territorial, so you can't just pluck one out and reintroduce them. They're also choosy with their mates, so you can't just simply bring another female and put her in there and hope that they will hit it off. Like us, they will either swipe left or swipe right. So it's a challenge. It really is a huge challenge with our endangered gibbons. Another thing that you can do when you come to Malaysia is, of course, go to the coastal villages, not just the islands. We have wonderful little coastal villages, fishing villages, and around these fishing villages are the mangroves. The mangrove systems are so vital for climate control because they store so much carbon in their roots, but unfortunately our mangroves have been cleared a lot for coal to make charcoal. So people are actually looking into this and trying to preserve and rewild our mangrove systems. They're also vital because they provide homes not just for fish to breed, but also for primates like this Selangor silverleaf monkey. Now, this silverleaf monkey is really, really cute as well because it has, as you can see, golden orangey babies, or even though mommy is a dark silver. So they're also highly poached for the illegal wildlife pet trade. In fact, as I was taking a photo of this particular baby, another baby was poached in front of my very eyes, which I managed to stop. And of course, the person who took it was a young girl, and she saw no harm of taking it because she said, quote unquote, that her friends took some last week. So this is the state where we're at. Everyone's always saying, oh, it's just outreach and education. It's not that important. Well, I'm like, yes, it's very, very important. We are still at that stage, people, because obviously, there are human beings who think that it's still okay to just take a baby out of its mom's arms because you think it's cute. So yes, we are still at that stage where Education and outreach is vital. Education and outreach needs to be better funded. Education and outreach is important for the survival of the species. I cannot stress that enough. This Selangor silverleaf monkey is also one of those monkeys that were only recently discovered to be a separate species. They were acknowledged to be a separate species back in 2014. So everyone always asks me, like, why do you do this? Why do you go around taking photos? And why do you bother, right? It's just another monkey. Surely there are more important things to do. And this quote by Dr. Jane Goodall really, really struck a note with me, right? Only if we understand will we care. Only if we care will we help. And only if we help shall all be saved. And this is why I tell people it's not just about saving the monkeys. It's also about saving their habitats, right? It is so vital that their habitats be saved, because in Peninsular Malaysia, if you look at this map, you can see the central forest spine, which runs down the middle of our land, right? The highlands, which provides 80% of our water, fresh drinking water for over 20 million Malaysians. The central forest spine also holds 85% of our carbon stock. And to date, we have discovered over 14,000 plant species, 240 tree species, over 200 mammal species. We haven't even touched insects, reptiles, amphibians, birds, you name it, it's all in there. However, because it has been cleared due to overdevelopment, agriculture as well, we've had massive flash floods in December last year. We continue to have incredible floods, deadly floods this year as well. The climate change is really, really hitting Malaysia badly. The floods last year inundated so many of our towns. People lost everything, everything in their homes. So it's a huge problem that we're facing now. We're also witnessing extinctions in our forests. So our last Sumatran rhino passed away in 2019. So we've effectively witnessed an extinction, and it's always something that I bring up. Everyone globally is looking at the rhinos in Africa, rightly so as well, because they're also endangered. But I also remind people that we also have rhinos here in Asia that are even more endangered. The last few Sumatran rhinos left in Sumatra are under huge threat. The Javan rhino is under huge threat. In Malaysia, we've lost the last Sumatran rhino in 2019. And if we don't get more attention, if we don't get more efforts to help with this issue, we will be witnessing massive extinctions in the wild pretty soon here in Asia. Our Malayan tiger, up till today, we have fewer than 150 left in our jungles. And that is a huge problem. No matter how much money we've been trying to throw at it to preserve them, poaching remains a huge problem. So it's people always say, why aren't Malaysians doing more to protect the tiger? We are desperately trying to protect the tiger, but there's so much international demand for the tiger. And not just for the tiger, for our pangolins, for our rhinos, for our primates. It is shocking to know that there are more tigers in captivity in the United States and they're left in the wild in the rest of the world. It's shocking, right? So something really needs to be done to tackle this international wildlife pet trade. It needs everybody's involvement. If not, we don't stand a chance. So this was reported in 2021, last year in March. The trade in Malaysia's oriental magpie robins, nearly 27,000 birds were seized, over the years at the ports. It's incredible because this bird used to be so easily spotted around Malaysia and Singapore. It's basically nearly wiped out of Singapore because of all the poaching. And now it's also facing a lot of threats, right? Because this wonderful bird, this oriental magpie robin, is poached because of its singing. And that's not a small number of birds to be poached and sold off, right? So this is happening all the time, right? And this is another thing that I share with my viewers, that we have the choice to use the gift of our life to make the world a better place, or not to bother. Another wonderful quote by Dr. Jane Goodall, right? And so that's what I tell people. So I've decided I will use my photography, even though I started off as a musical theater performer. I will use my photography to do what I can, because there's no time like the present. The time is now, and as I've said earlier, in the case of the Sumatran rhino, it's gone, and everyone's like, oh my God, it's the last one. I'm like, where was this outrage when we're down to the last 10, the last 20? And now people want to make noise that we've lost the last one. It's a bit late, So what I'm saying is that for our primates that are now endangered, critically endangered, even data deficient, we need action now, right? So this is what I encourage everyone to do. Lend your voice, engage in citizen science, support local communities, NGOs, encourage ecotourism. We need to empower everyone involved in this field. And just to show you what I have to go through on my DMs every day, every single day, I get messages in my inbox asking me, how much is a baby monkey? Where can I buy a baby monkey? What is the cutest baby monkey? Do you sell baby monkeys? Do you know anyone who sells baby monkeys? So to me, if I can just stop one person from buying a baby monkey, just one, it helps to break the cycle, at least for one baby monkey, right? So I highly encourage people to get more involved. Another quote by Dr. Jane, the greatest danger to our future is apathy. And it is so true, because I keep coming across this every time. It's like, oh, it's just a monkey. It's just another tree. It's just, well, they're the last ones left. There are currently a lot more humans than there are orangutans left in the wild, right? So I encourage people to go out in Malaysia or in other mega biodiverse countries, engage in citizen science, right? Use apps like iNaturalist or Seek, contribute towards research, because in Malaysia, we do not have enough researchers. So citizens, normal people like you and me, you don't have to be a scientist. You have a smartphone, and this phone can literally do wonders these days, right? Download these apps, take a photo, upload them, time and place, and if a researcher needs to access that data, they can. So you can play a vital part in conservation. You do not need to have a degree. Just be a bit more concerned and pick up your phone, not just to text or take a selfie from time to time. Lastly, I'd like to share with you a little project that I'm also working on with Roots and Shoots Malaysia called eco-eco.org, eko-eko.org. And it's essentially a project that we would like to share the biodiversity of the Asia-Pacific region with the world. So we are working with wildlife and nature photographers across the Asia-Pacific to highlight some of the wonderful things that you can find here in this region. We've got articles, we've got information, and we will be working also with other creative artists to also talk about the amazing biodiversity that can be found not just here in Malaysia, but also in the Asia-Pacific region. And we hope that, to anyone listening, do come and visit us one of these days. You will be surprised at what you can actually discover here in the jungles of Southeast Asia. And lastly, I'd like to leave you with this quote by Dr. Jane Goodall. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. So I hope that everyone here will decide to do something about the biodiversity loss that we are currently facing, not just here in Asia, but across the world. So, yep, that's me. Wrapped up. You can find me on Instagram or Facebook under Project Moniet. So thanks, Jesse. Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Again, your passion is absolutely palpable. What a spectacular group of photos. And again, you highlighted so many ways that people can take action from home. iNaturalist is something we brought up through many of our broadcasts. Everyone can help actual real citizen science take place just with their smartphone, which is such a special opportunity. And one of the things that we featured in a lot of our primate and wildlife stories is the idea that one thing that we can do from home, wherever we're tuning in from, is not share those photos. If you don't want baby monkeys to be taken from the wild, if you don't want people to poach them or have them in, poorly run tourism operations, shall we say, don't share those photos. Share photos of animals being treated correctly. Share photos of accredited zoos. Share photos of people that are engaging with wildlife from a respectful distance. And that really does go a long way to helping not incentivize these practices in Malaysia and around the globe. So I'm so glad you mentioned all that, Peter.
Oh, yeah, I think, we live in the day where, currently everything is for the gram, right? Everything's for the gram. But there are lines, and and I know people love monkeys, people love primates because they're so like us. When you look into their eyes, their intelligence, their souls, they're so like us. So of course, for the gram, you'd want your viewers to be entertained. You pick them up, you hold them, you feed them, but all that just encourages the wrong behavior. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, the kind of monkey that they're feeding, the macaques, the more you feed these macaques, the more vicious they get, and they terrorize local communities. And you don't do these macaques any favors, because once they start terrorizing the local communities, the city councils have to come out and put them down, cull them on a wide scale level because someone decided they were cute, or oh, these poor things. It's always these poor things. They have nothing to eat, so let me share my sandwich with them. But they don't need our sandwiches or our food. Nature provides for all.
There's our slogan for the program: keep your own sandwiches, enjoy them yourselves. You made them for yourself. Might as well eat it. Peter, it's such a pleasure every time getting to chat with you. I have such a great time following your work. And again, you laid out all the ways people can keep in touch with the stuff that you're doing. I want to do a shout out to rootsandshoots.my as well. If you want to see Jane Goodall's incredible work and the Roots and Shoots team in Malaysia, check out that site. You have, of course, on Instagram, Facebook, Project Monye, amazing stuff. I was just there a minute ago. Thank you for the BioFest shout out. And ecoeco.org. So everyone should head to all these places, keep the learning going. And Peter, we look very forward to having you for next year's festival, and in advance anytime you want. Come join us again.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Good to see you, and come visit us over here in Malaysia sometime soon.
My passport's right over there. I'll come get it and head to
all right, get your ticket now.
Thanks so much, man. Have a wonderful morning and see you soon.
Great. Stay safe. Take care.
Thanks, Peter. We are going to keep hanging out in the same part of the world with one of the most special kinds of creatures in the world. So David Kimpo is joining us in just a second. And like a lot of our speakers over the last day and a half, he got his start with being adventurous in the wild. Some of us like to sit and watch TV. Some of us like to sit and host broadcasts, but not David. David likes to be rock climbing, surfing. The only picture we had of a guy surfing in the Global Biofest website. And that passion took him to work to conserve wildlife, specifically with the Haribon Foundation, some really incredible stuff they've got on the go. But today he is going to join us to talk about the rufous-headed hornbill. For those who don't know hornbills, they are the most spectacular birds possibly in the world. I'm very biased, but I really do love them. And so David, welcome in today. So nice to have you, man.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world.
Our audience is everywhere. They're all over the world.
Right. So it's a pleasure to be with you guys this morning or this day. And we're very thankful for you're giving us the opportunity to share our work and our efforts for the hornbill and their habitats here in the Philippines.
Well, I'm so excited to dive in, ask a few questions when we wrap up. But if you want to bring up your presentation and show us this really, really
all right,
I'd love that.
So
I love your backdrop too. You've got the best virtual background of all time. Talk about wanting to come visit.
Yeah, this is actually one of our conservation sites here in Panay Island. So yeah, so I hope you can visit the area.
Yeah, it's perfect. You're full screen. You're good to go, man.
All right. So is my screen all right?
It's perfect. Couldn't be better.
All right. So I'll just go ahead then. So again, good morning and good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. So once again, I'm David from the Haribon Foundation. Haribon Foundation is a BirdLife partner here in the Philippines, and we are the pioneer environmental organization here in the country. And this year we're turning 50, so watch out for our events here in the Philippines. So let me just share with you our conservation work for this special species, the rufous-headed hornbill. So we get to know them towards this presentation, and we'll see how the things that we've been doing in the last 6-7 years now. So these are the outline of this is the outline of my presentation. So I'll introduce you a bit to hornbills in general. Then we'll get to know the rufous-headed hornbill, or which we locally call the dulungan, what we have been doing, and what are the future actions that we can do together, especially here for the people in Asia and here in the Philippines. So start off hornbills. So hornbills came from they belong to the family of Buceros or Bucerotidae. which is derived from the Greek word, which means cow horn. So if you look at the photo here, you will see that the shape of their bills are like cow horns, which which their names were derived from. Most of the hornbill species have brightly colored down-curved bill, as you can see again in the photo. Some of them are reddish, yellowish, so orange. So and most of them have casks. So these are the hollow material in the upper mandible of the mostly of the male hornbills. So these portions of their casks are hollow, except for one species, which is the helmeted hornbill, which can be found in some parts of Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, Indonesia. So that's a brief introduction to the hornbills. Most of their calls are very loud. These are huge birds, and you can easily hear them in the forest when they start calling because they have very loud calls. They're sedentary, and they usually move in flocks. So if they have good populations in the area, you can see them 4 or 5 individuals, or even in large numbers like 50 to 60. So it depends on the species. No? So most of the hornbills are also monogamous, which means they mate for life. Most of the hornbills. No? So and one very unique behavior or feature of the hornbills are they use nest holes or tree cavities for nesting. So later on, I can show you videos of how they use those nest holes. So hornbills are also omnivorous. They feed on insects, fruits, and small mammals, lizards, and some larger hornbills can also feed on smaller birds. So that's how diverse they feed on. But of course, most of their diet consists of fruits. So which is why they're considered as the farmers of the forests, especially here in our countries in the tropics. So because once they eat those fruits, they defecate it in other parts of the forest, which eventually the seeds grow to become trees, which is why they were considered as the farmers of the forests. Now, according to IUCN, there are 62 species of hornbills in the world, and they're distributed all over subtropical Africa, Asia, specifically in Southeast Asia, and of course in Melanesia, which is in the southern part of Southeast Asia, or in the Papua New Guinean islands. So if you can see in the photos, there are a lot of hornbill species, especially here in Southeast Asia. So then in Myanmar, Thailand, and Malaysia have many species, but many of these species, they share per country. What's unique with the Philippine species are they are all endemic in the Philippines, which means they can only be found in the Philippines. So that's we do not share our hornbills with other other countries nearby. So these are the 10 hornbill species in the country, and they are distributed in different islands as well. So they, apart from being country endemic, they are also island endemic species. So for example, the Luzon hornbill here can only be found in Luzon Island and in other nearby smaller islands. The Mindanao hornbill can only be found in Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, and it goes to other species as well. Unfortunately, 8 out of our 10 species are now threatened. So which includes the 2 critically endangered hornbills down here, which is the Sulu hornbill, which can only be found in Sulu group of islands, and the species that I will be talking about this morning, which is the Dulungan or the rufous-headed hornbill, which can only be found in Negros and Panay. So today we have 3 critically endangered hornbills in the world, and 2 of them are in the Philippines. So that's how bad the situation of hornbills here in the Philippines. So this is how the rufous-headed hornbill looks like. So like most of the birds, males are usually more colorful than females, right? So and the rufous name also connotes to the brownish red color which the ornithologists use. No? So the rufous-headed, which is describes how the features of the bird. And they also have a very unique call, goat-like sound. So if you have your earphones or you have good audio, I hope you can hear this.
Oh, so cool, David.
Yeah, so that's a unique call for the hornbill, for the rufous-headed hornbill. No? So as mentioned earlier, they can only be found in these islands in central Philippines, in Negros and Panay. You know? So it was once considered as extirpated in Negros, in the smaller, just in this island here, because of the rapid forest loss. Until a few years back, where a few researchers found few individuals in the island. So, but its main habitat now is in Central Panay Mountains, which is my study area. So Central Panay Mountains key biodiversity area is considered as their stronghold of the remaining populations, which is why we focused in these areas for the conservation and research of the project. So it's a few years ago, it was declared as the provincial bird of the province of Antique, and it has a lot of other names depending on the authors. It's also called the Walden's hornbill, the wreathed-billed hornbill, Visayan wrinkled hornbill, and we locally call them dulungan. So as mentioned earlier, they have a unique behavior where they use tree cavities or nest holes, no, so to for breeding purposes. So during the breeding season, the females go inside this hole here. So the entire 2 to 3 months they stay inside the nest, and they're entirely dependent on the male hornbill for their food. So that's very unique, and they slightly cover the nest hole to protect them from other predators and for other dangers. So for the entire breeding season, the male just go around the forest, collect food, and keep them in their special area in their neck called the gular pouch. They store the food and then travel back to the nest hole, and then feed the female and eventually its family until the young chicks are ready or mature enough to go out and see the forest, no? So and to reproduce themselves. So that's very unique feature of the behavior of the hornbill. Unfortunately, in previous years, when these male hornbills are being hunted down, so the female and the family inside the nest holes will eventually die down as well, because they're dependent to the male for their food. So that's one of the challenges previously, but fortunately hunting has died down, or it's not that rampant anymore in these parts of the country. So according to BirdLife in 2017, there's about 1,000 to 2,500 individuals left in the wild. No? So, and if we do not do anything about them, they might be extinct or fully extirpated in this part of the world. So this is why in 2017, Haribon, together with BirdLife and National Grid Corporation and other, eventually we were funded and supported by ZSL, EDGE, and BirdLife Young Conservation Leaders Program. So we chose this part of Panay, the northern parts of central Panay, because based on previous studies, these are the areas where most of the hornbill species can be found. So we developed this project, the Species of Hope Dulungan, and we focused in these areas for conservation efforts and research purposes. So because this area as well is quite lowland compared to other parts of the mountain range, so so here they prefer lowland forest than higher elevation forests. So in Panay area, we observed them from 200 to 1,200 meters above sea level. But nest trees were recorded in around 200 to 500 meters above sea level. So much lower elevation compared to their range in general. So unfortunately, these types of forests are also the ones which were targeted for timber poaching and logging during the previous years. So because these types of forests have the dipterocarp tree species, which are long and straight trees, which are used for logging in the previous years. So what we have been doing, so to conserve and to protect the dulungan and its habitat. For the last 6-7 years, we have conducted research about the dulungan. So research is very important to specifically know which actions to take for the conservation efforts. So we conducted population studies, and we conducted nest surveys as well. So we conducted these types of research to know specific areas which needs protection. We conducted population studies to know their density, to locate nests. So as well as for the nest studies to know which species of nest trees that they prefer nesting, which type of food that they prefer during the breeding season. So some sort of those activities. So during the nest studies, this is the things that we can see. Once we located the nest, we try to see to identify the species of the fruits that they ate. So these are the things that they defecated after they eating the fruit. So these are the seeds. We can also identify the wildlings or the seeds that have slightly grown around the nest trees. So we identify them, and hopefully we can use them as planting materials in forest restorations in the future. So, and of course, we documented some of the fruit trees that they prefer eating. So during our nest surveys, we observe that they can visit 2 to 9 times a day, the male hornbills, and they can last up to 11 minutes per visit. And they can also, these male hornbills can bring up to 40 pieces of food. And in some instances, we actually observed about 60 food materials in one go. So that's how huge their gular pouches are. For the food trees or the fruits that they eat, fortunately, 7 of the species of the fruits are also near or vulnerable, and 8 of them are endemic species, and 6 are native species of fruits. For the nest trees, unfortunately, not only the hornbill is critically endangered, but 3 critically endangered nest trees are also observed. So 6 of them are vulnerable species, 3 are endemic, and 3 native species. This just shows how important native tree species for this hornbills. So during our observations, most of the forest areas have native tree species, which are very important for these hornbills and other wildlife as well. So let me just show you a short clip of how the hornbill feeds its family. So I took this photo back in 2018. So once they go back to the nest, the hornbill regurgitates the food that he collected, and then give it to the female inside the nest hole. So as you can see earlier, there was an insect. Now there's fruit, and as mentioned earlier, there are several species of fruits, and unfortunately, we were not able to properly identify the insects that they feed in the nest areas. So very carefully, they're very observant. So it's good that you have this tribe survive. So if you look at this part, that's like a woodworm, which states the diverse types of food that they prefer eating. So, all right. So generally, the Lungans need really good forests. No? So they like the pterocarp species for nesting. So the female will seal the hole with fruit and animal matter, and leaving just a small slit, for the male to deliver food, and until the chicks are eventually ready to go. So what we did with of course, research is just research if we do not partner with communities for sustainable efforts for the conservation. So we partnered with the local communities and local government in this matter for continued effort. So we trained local bantay gubats, or the local forest guards, to help us monitor the species as well as the illegal uh, activities in the ground, so they can easily report these activities to the Department of Environment and even the local government. So we trained several bantay gubas, or forest rangers, in each of the community, and then we also developed a forest protection and law enforcement plan with these forest guards, which was eventually adopted by the local government to gain more support. So we also introduced biodiversity-friendly livelihood to help them financially, and to give them a little bit of support in general. So these Bantay Gubas are volunteers, which is very crucial also to the conservation efforts that we're doing. We also gave guidance, technical guidance, in declaring local conservation areas in the site. So just like in this photo, the municipality of Sebaste declared most of their primary forests as a critical habitat. So for the dulungan and the other threatened species. So of course we have to work with the local communities and the local government, of course, together with the Department of Environment, to streamline processes, and without uh, using the people who are using the resources of the forest. So with this guidance, we also were able to develop provincial and local ordinances for the protection of the species, and other environmental laws for for conservation in general. So of course, awareness raising is very important. So we thought this is pre-pandemic now. So we thought schools and teachers to be environmental champions. So with using the Haribon's Eco Rangers and Eco Guardians program, wherein we were able to teach more than thousands of students in different parts of of uh, of uh, of Panay area. No? So we taught them how to about basic biodiversity conservation, uh, importance of basic environmental concerns. No? So that's reaching a lot of areas in the education field. So of course, because of these awareness raising activities, and the Dulungan was adopted as a local icon during festivals and other activities in the local scene. We also developed a resource book with the Department of Environment featuring the Dulungan and other wildlife species located in Panay Island. And one of the unexpected output of the project was this the establishment of the Dulungan Youth. So most of them were previously trained by during our Eco Rangers and Eco Guardians program. But then after the project has ended, they developed themselves as a youth organization, which wherein after our project they conduct activities by themselves. So they do tree planting activities, they do awareness raising activities, even without our guidance and support. So until now, they have been very active in doing these conservation efforts, and even during the pandemic times, they continue to do online activities and webinars to help educate their peers, schools, and other areas in the conservation. So moving forward, so these are the things that we've identified to help protect the species. So to prioritize the species, testing trees and food trees, and lowland forests in restoration activities. So we suggest or recommend those nesting materials, nesting trees and food trees to be planted for future forest restoration activities. We also need to expand sites for population studies, and of course expand conservation areas or protected areas within Central Panay Mountains. And as mentioned earlier, since these our Bantay Gubats or our forest guards are volunteers, we need to give them more support and hopefully institutionalize them at the local level and strictly implement forest and wildlife laws. And of course, continue awareness raising about the Dulungan and other conservation efforts. So with that, you can follow us on, if you want to know more about our conservation efforts, you can follow us in these social media accounts. And thank you very much.
David, what a beautiful presentation, and what a special bird. Honestly, every time I get the chance to see hornbills, either in my local zoo, I grew up in the Toronto Zoo, they have one, just a beautiful enclosure. Anytime I see people talking about them in the wild, they're just so special. Thank you so much for this. I want to dive into a couple of questions. Now, your follow-up, the person following you in the Global Biofest, Alexis Chapuis, wants to know, what happens if the male kicks the female in the hole, he leaves to go fly and get food? If something eats him, or if he hits a power line, if he dies, what happens to the female and the baby? I've always wondered this too.
Yeah, that's a very good question, because as I mentioned during the presentation, they slightly seal the nest hole. So, and they use hard like animal matter and like poop. So that's quite hard, and they breed during the summer time. So they can't really go out of the nest hole. So one of the interesting time during the breeding season, once the chicks are quite mature enough, it's also in time where the rain starts to come in. So those seal matter starts to get softer.
Okay.
So that's how they eventually get out. But if it's still hard, they really don't get out of the nest. So if something happens to the males, then eventually they'll just die off inside the nest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad story, but it's one I've always been curious about as well, if they could peck their way out if they needed to. So, okay. Alexis, good question though. David, you talked about training rangers, training people that can help out with the work you're doing. How long does it take to train a ranger, and what's actually involved in that?
Well, that's a good question. We conducted these trainings are a series of trainings. So we call them technically in the DNR, in the Department of Environment, they call them the Wildlife Enforcement Officers, and they are deputized by the Department of Environment. So a series of lectures and trainings, and to know the laws itself, to identify the wildlife, to know what to do after they report these incidents. So these this may actually the training itself is a 3-day event, a 3-day training course, and then they will be deputized. So it's quite a long process as well. But then they were very helpful, even though most of them are just volunteers. So they can do a lot of things in reporting the things that we do not see regularly when we're off the field.
I can tell you that there are very few things in the world that would make me more excited than to be deputized as a ranger by you guys and by the team there. What a special experience for the people that are helping you. One last question before we dive in with our next speaker. I do want to note again, if people want to check out the website, you shared this at the end of your broadcast, parabon.org.ph, if you want to check out more. So many amazing resources there, education, conservation, and so much more. If people are walking through the forest on the island, they come across a hornbill, is there a way that people can contact you to let you know that they're there? Like, what kind of community support do you have for identifying these sites and hopefully taking action on their behalf?
Great, yes. So you can, as you mentioned earlier, you can report it to the local government, or the Department of Environment. You may contact us as well. But of course, these hornbills are not very easy to find when you're just walking in just a little bit. You need to go in the deeper inside the forest to really find them. So, but if in case you have reports or even like someone selling this species or like other stuff, you can easily report it to the Department of Environment, and you can just contact us in these steps.
I love how many of our programs over the Global BioFest rely on that sort of community support and getting people in touch, and I'm glad that you guys have that as an option. David, what a special opportunity. Thank you for spending your morning with us live there and for being a part of our BioFestival. It's so special to have you, and I hope more people take the chance to learn about these incredible birds and the work that you're doing.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Have a wonderful day and keep up the great work. We are going to stick again in the same region of the world. We hung out with Peter in Malaysia. We just wrapped up with David in Panay Island and the incredible stuff they have going on there. And I'm so excited to welcome in Alexis Chapuis in a minute. Now, he likes to be around the Bali region. And a lot of people like to go to Bali, Indonesia. It's one of the most special and major tourist destinations of the world. But people go there for the culture, or they go there for the diving close to the surface, or the great food, or the people. Alexis goes somewhere a little bit different, into the mesophytic coral ecosystem. So he's a marine biologist, a technical scientific diver, an underwater photographer, and he likes to go down, way down beneath the waves, where a few people like to go, to explore and showcase a really special and unique ecosystem that lives there. So I'm excited to bring in Alexis to share a little bit more about this. Alexis, welcome in, man. Thank you for sharing a question with David. That doesn't happen very often. Nice to have the support in the broadcast. Your camera's off, but I think you're there. Let's see.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Your video has been working fine in the background the whole time, so I think it's just having a little bit of trouble, but it's going to come back. And
yeah, I hope so.
That's half the fun. Something has to go a little wrong, otherwise it's not a video call.
Of course, that was to be expected.
But if you want to bring up your screen share, hopefully that works really well for us, and we can showcase some of the places you've taken photos of.
Sure. Thank you very much, Jesse, for the introduction, and thank you, David, for the great work about on the hornbill. Yeah. It definitely is important thing.
It's been such
amazing
an amazing
animal, and they are like forest engineers. Yeah. So yeah, can you see my screen?
It's starting to come up. It's thinking about it. It's buffering. We might need to, let's see. We'll hope it's comes up together, and if it doesn't, maybe you can sign out and sign back in again, and the connection will work a little bit better if you'd like. Oh, no, we're back.
Okay,
we're in.
sure.
We're in, Alexis. Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Don't sign out. Stay. Oh, go
right.
full screen.
I'm not going to... Yeah. I'm not going to touch anything. So can you see the full screen now?
It's not full screen, but it is. Now it's full screen. It's perfect. It's good. You're good to go, man.
All right. Well, thank you, Jesse, again. Thank you for organizing all this event and having me presenting. So the idea of this presentation is to bring you with me on a deep dive on the mesophytic coral ecosystems in Indonesia, as you mentioned. So I'm aware that most of us didn't hear of mesophytic coral ecosystems before. So I'm going to get rid of boring definitions as we start. So what is a mesophytic coral ecosystem? I think we are all aware of what is coral ecosystem, especially in this region in Southeast Asia. I'm sorry if there is a noise in the background. They have decided to start a construction project today in front of the place I live. But anyway, so back on the coral reefs. So these are structures that are built by an animal, right? Hard corals, clear Arctinian corals. So they are found usually between 0 and 30 meters deep. And those hard corals are using photosynthesis, basically light from the sun, for their metabolic processes and for being able to produce a very hard calcium carbonate skeleton that is creating those huge structures that we can enjoy when we are lucky enough to snorkel or dive in these regions. And these structures are actually home to 1,000 species of vertebrates and invertebrates. So they are extremely important in terms of conservation. And they are, of course, threatened by climate change. Lately, we've heard sad news about massive coral bleaching in Australia, but it's happening in many other countries. So now, as I said, the shallow reef systems are located in places where the light is intense from the sun and the temperature are and deeper than that. So this is a section of a reef. Systems are found below the shallow surface reef. So the current definition says that mesophotical ecosystems, or MCEs, are composed of light-dependent corals and associated communities that can be found at depth ranging between 30 to 40 meters down to 150 or over 150 meters in tropical and subtropical country. So you have to keep in mind that the deeper you go, less light you'll find. At 100 meters, you have 1% of the sunlight that can reach those depths. And the deeper you go, the lower the temperature will be. So the conditions are starting to get harder and harder for scleractinian corals to survive. So why studying these habitats? Because, well, they are deep, they are difficult to survey. Why risking our lives? Why investing a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy into studying these habitats? Well, actually, they are extremely rich in terms of biodiversity. There is a unique biodiversity down there and a lot of endemic species, which means species that are found nowhere else, right? So if you lose these habitats, you lose species that can't adapt to any other kind of environment. They are also very important for global coral reef resilience and for fisheries, because they can be spawning ground or nursery ground for some species of commercially important fish, but also for not important in terms of fisheries, but for the health of systems. Scientists they act in very specific case as a to reject coral or a soil populate that have been. But we shouldn't on solution, because they are not, and they are threatened by our activities. We'll dive into that a little bit further deep later. It's important to note that most of the scientific literature that has been published so far about coral reef environment fail to address anything deeper than 30 meters, because 30 meters is actually the limit of recreational scuba. So deeper than 30 meters, basically very little work has been conducted. It's difficult, it's a bit more risky, and we didn't have the tools to study those properly until a couple of decades ago. So there is a lack of knowledge on this deeper part of the reef. However, MCEs have been around 80% of coral reef habitat worldwide. This is huge, but very little is known in comparison to shallow water reef. And they deserve proper protection. But in today's society, to have a proper protection, you usually need scientific data to back up your talk, or that convince decision maker to set up something. So we need to increase about these unique mesophotic habitats, and that's why it's important to study them and to document them while we still have time. That's a little bit of the context where I started. So it together with the local university here, Citas Uda, we did to start documenting and studying those mesophotic habitats. We have to keep in mind that Indonesia is at the heart of the Coral Triangle, which is a biodiversity hotspot. So you have so much thing going on here. It's extremely diversified in terms of species. It's a wonderful place to explore either on land or underwater. Unfortunately, very little work has been done on MCEs here in Indonesia because, as I said, of the difficulty to access them. So how to study these deep dwelling reefs, these mesophotic reefs, sorry. So during our field work, we usually team with local scientists and students from our partner university who are coming and monitor and deploy probes to monitor water column parameters, because it's very important in order to have a good idea of what's going on, to understand the environmental factors that are affecting the locations we are working on. So thanks to these oceanographers, we are able to collect valuable data about the water column. So it looks like that on the computer, not very engaging, but actually this is the raw data that we can collect. So on the left side, you have the salinity, for example, and on the right side, the temperature from 0 to 90 meters deep. And you can see that the temperature is rather stable until 40, 45 meters. And then you can see that there is a shift, there is a drop in temperature around 50 to 60 meters. And that's where the thermocline is. I can explain why we have some specific assemblages of species. We will find some coral organisms at 40 meters that you won't find anymore at 70, for example. But to better understand and interpret what we see with our eyes, we also need to understand what's going on in the environment. But we also, of course, go there. We need to go there to see that with our own eyes, to collect samples, to also document that with our eyes and cameras. And for that, we use technical diving, and especially closed-circuit rebreathers. These are machines that basically are recycling the air we are breathing. That allows us to not make any more bubbles when we are at depth, which is great for coming close to wildlife without frightening it. But it's also a good tool because it can increase the time we spend underwater and also allow us to go deeper. So without those tools, we wouldn't be able to really document properly the mesophotic part, because we wouldn't be able to stay long enough, or we would be too heavy with all those scuba tanks to explore properly and document properly these habitats. And thanks to that, we can deploy data loggers also at different depths. We deployed loggers up to 120 meters during our project. And these loggers will stay there underwater for many months, recording temperature, water level, or light during many months, like every minute, but during very long periods of time. And that gives us a very powerful indication on how are the oceanographic conditions on our research location. Deployed at 65 meters. You can see in blue, this is the temperature variations across the months, and in black at the top, this is the water level variation, which is the tide, basically. So we can really link environmental factors or environmental variations to the observation or behavior we spot when we are doing our deep dives. But now let's in diving itself and observing and documenting these unique habitats. So as I said, in mesophotic ecosystems at 100 meters or more, you have only 1% of the sunlight that reaches these depths. Therefore, you don't have as much hard corals that you would have shallower. You don't have also the same species. And the species you have are usually smaller because less light, so less photosynthesis. So you might have a growth rate that are slightly lower than in shallower part of the reef. So you have a kind of switch from hard corals to soft corals. But this world is far from being colorless and lifeless. Actually, it's thriving. I mean, the life is everywhere and very colorful animals, actually. So it's more the territory of what we call soft corals. So soft corals, they don't produce this calcium carbonate skeleton that hard corals are producing. So soft corals encompass like sea fans, like on this picture, or these kind of whip corals here that can grow in dense forest, dense animal forest there. And this is very interesting and important from an ecological point of view, because this forest can create a new habitat for other species to come and live there. They shelter other species. They also change the local current condition by slowing down current that increase the probability of other animals living there. So they are extremely important for various species of invertebrates and vertebrates that are thriving in this deep environment. As I said, environmental factors can dictate the species you will find, but also the shape of these species. On this image, you can see a soft coral. It's a Gorgonian coral, probably a new species actually. And you can see, compared to the first photos I showed you of sea fan, here the branches are very tight, very packed around the main stalk. Probably, I mean, the current in this area is so strong. You can look around on this image in the background, you won't see anything growing much taller than 15 centimeters. And it's because anything taller than that is not strong enough, or if you had a big sea fan, because of the strong current, they would probably get ripped off the seabed and just carried away where they will die. So only the toughest can grow tall on this high current area, which means, which shows actually how important it is to understand environmental factors as well, to understand what biodiversity you have. We can't ecosystem without mentioning black corals. So contrary to their name, black at all, when they are alive. They look like this. Of what you see here is denomination come from the skeleton that is completely black. So if this animal would happen to die, you would see it completely black. And once again, this structure, these animals are extremely important because they create complexity on the seabed. Without them, you would just have barren rock, and life wouldn't be as diversified as it is thanks to them. And in fact, if you look closely on this picture, in the middle of the black coral, you would see a small fish, red with red bars and stripes. This is a long-nosed hawkfish hiding in between the branches of this hard coral that was found at I think a depth of 80 meters. So you see how important they are to welcome other forms of life. They also provide support for some animals to lay eggs, for example. So they are extremely important, but they are also easy to break. A troll net or a long line or a plastic bag floating and ending up on it, it would either tear it apart or choke it to death, which would destroy not only the animal itself, but the habitat, the home it provides for other species. And also, especially on the deeper part of the reef in our project location, we find massive sponge, like really massive ones. This one is about 2 meters in diameter. It's huge. And once again, they provide support for other fish or invertebrates to lay eggs or take a bite. And what is, I think, one of the most interesting sponge I've found down there with my colleagues is probably these branching sponge. They are amazing. This is not a coral. This is really a sponge. So this photo has been taken a bit deeper than 100 meters. I think 105 meters. And actually, it's interesting to see that they are very similar in terms of ecological role, that those branching that follow. If you see the branches, you would see animals everywhere, invertebrates like shrimps, but also vertebrates like those fish that you can see on the right side of the picture. And it's actually full of life. And this is a close-up of one fish that was found at the depth of 100 meters. This is a siphon fish, so it's a kind of cardinal fish, probably a new species here, hiding at 100 meters beneath the surface in between the branches of this sponge. So you can imagine just 100 meters away from us, there is still some species that are unknown, which is actually great. I don't think we should discover all of them and list them all. I don't think so, but it's always exciting when you dive and you photograph or you can see a species that has not been documented before or not in this area. Again, these and as a life support to other forms of life, but they're also easy to be destroyed by our activity if we are not a bit careful. MCEs are also the realm of prehistoric animal, like these feather star or crinoids. These are filter feeders, so they usually perch themselves on top of a rock or on top of a gorgon, and expand their arm from one. Also very important for the ecosystem down. Pictures that they I don't know, maybe the game spot the difference. Well, you can try here and spot the difference between those two images. The photos have been taken at a depth of 106 meters, and they are extremely similar. You can see the feather star seems to not have moved at all in between the two photos. And the interesting thing about this is those two images have been taken at 1 month interval. So it means that during 1 month, you have some animals that have not moved at all, or as far as we know. I don't think they would have moved and come back to the exact same position, but why not? It's a possibility also. But the fact is, that shows how important those corals, soft corals, are for the mesophotic habitats. And they really host species that are calling those places home. And if you destroy that coral with a long line or with a drifting net, you would destroy not only the animal itself, that could be maybe decades, I mean, quite old, maybe centuries old, or I don't know, but you also destroy the house it provides to other species. Now we'll find now in very dense colonies. So sometimes you can see hundreds of them in a crack or under an overhang or in between the branches of a sponge. And the funny thing is that they are all connected to each other with their antenna. So they all touch each other with their antenna. And when one shrimp is scared and is moving away, you have the whole colony individual adaptation, the light of the rest of the time, those habitats are completely dark. So being in touch with your neighbor is always a great way to avoid predators, for example. This is a long-nosed hawkfish that I photographed at 82 meters, at a depth of 82 meters. And this is just to illustrate that mesophotic ecosystems are connected to shallow water reefs, because these species can be also found at 20 meters. So you have some species like this hawkfish that can live both shallow and deep. And that's maybe why some people are seeing mesophotic coral ecosystem as a kind of backup plan for a damaged reef, as a source to repopulate a damaged reef. When it can indeed help in resilience of the shallow water reef, it shouldn't be seen as a pure backup plan, because you have many species, and in fact, most of them, who can't live at those depths or can't live shallower. And actually, this is a case of species like this hawkfish that is usually found deeper than 50 meters. But you have species of fish that are even more deep dwelling, I mean, really living deep and can't really venture shallower. You have this prognatode, which is probably once again a new species of a butterfly fish that we had photographed here in Bali. We have scorpion fish, like with this amazing supraocular series above the eye, those kind of antennae that are giving the special look to this creature. But you have some fish like the checked swallowtail here that usually never venture shallower than 100 meters. In some places of the world, it can be found. We don't really understand why. Maybe the light conditions are a little bit different than most of the other tropical reefs. systems. And you can see on this picture the importance of the habitats, because this fish can hide in between the branches of the gorgonians there, or between the sponges, or behind the sacks. And they will this is then really for this one deep well. I don't see is a witness, proof of the adaptation to low light environment. And actually, the name of the fish is a red striped big eye, the common name, and is usually found between 100 and 200 meters. Actually, we think that this is one of the first photos of these fish taken by a diver, because they are so deep, their habitats are hardly accessible. So taking a photo of fish like that is even more rare at the moment. And you can see in the background again the complexity of the habitat and the importance for the fish of having a complex habitat of sponges and soft corals, so they can hide or camouflage within those other forms of life. Because indeed, mesophotic coral ecosystems are also hunting grounds for various predator species, like this jack that we found hunting very fast on the deeper slope of the reef. Because if you are well adapted to hunt in low light environment, this is perfect, because your prey will hardly see you, so you have an advantage over them. But you need, you need to be adapted to hunting in low light condition. This is a video that we shot at 100 meters beneath the surface of a banded sea crate, very good sized banded sea crate. And it was clearly hunting, and that was amazing. We were here counting every second on our computer, because every minute we spend at 100 meters, it's another 10 minutes of decompression. So imagine now 5 minutes at 100 meters, it's already an extra hour of decompression that we have to add to the already existing decompression stop. So it's huge. And we were timing as we were counting. We were at the end of the dive, and we were like, oh my God, we don't have a lot of time. And you see this banded sea crate just not seeming to care much, just at reach 100 meters on one breath and hunting peacefully down there. And that was amazing. And that shows again the connectivity that exists between surface and those deep reefs, because banded sea crate, they can also be found on land, right? They breed on land, and they can hunt at 100 meters. So you see the connectivity and the importance of these deep reef for emblematic animals. And speaking of which, we also have these incredible encounters with sharks, like hammerheads, scalloped hammerheads in that case, or thresher sharks, that are unfortunately not found as often as we would like to, because as everywhere else in the world, their stock are declining due to overfishing and destructive fishing. So yeah, but we still can find some nice shark encounters down on the reef. And those deep reefs are, as I mentioned briefly earlier, can be a nursery ground for some species of fish. And you will find some fish growing here, because basically the low light environment is an advantage. You can hide more efficiently against predators. You can also benefit from less competition for food than in shallower reef, as long as you can adapt, of course, to the low light, to the lower temperature, and maybe to the more scarcity of food. But if you can adapt to that, it's likely a safe place to grow until you reach a decent size where you can then colonize shallower waters eventually. And during our project, actually the focus of our project was the deep cleaning station for the bumphead sunfish, Mola alexandrini. So this is a bumphead sunfish. This is the heaviest bony fish that is roaming our ocean, and it happens to engage cleaning interaction deeper on the reef. This photo has been taken at a depth of 70 meters, and you can see there is behind it a longfin bannerfish. And this longfin bannerfish will actually pick the parasites from the skin of the bumphead sunfish. So it shows also the importance of mesophotic coral ecosystems by providing services species, having cleaning areas down there, it seems an important aspect for some species, such as the lumphead sunfish. Unfortunately, deep reef ecosystems are also threatened, or mesophotic coral ecosystems are also threatened by plastic. Of course, there is not a single dive we do down there where we don't find plastic, and that's really a heartbreaking sight.
Oh, hopefully we can get Alexis back in just a second or there or so. Connection that was on the edge for a while might have failed us. But if it had to have failed us, it's on a beautiful picture to wrap up with. Quite exquisite.
On the right side, you see a food package wrapping that is covering a small crab that is unfortunately unable to get rid of. So really, we have to, as a citizen, we need to, of course, elect decision makers that care for this plastic problem and tackle the plastic as its source by stopping the use of plastic in some cases. And us as citizens, I think we can also do our part by moving towards a zero waste kind of lifestyle whenever it's possible. Because switching from plastic to paper, for example, it's not necessarily a solution, right? Yes, you will not see those heartbreaking images when you're diving, but paper is still a natural resource. It's still exploitation of a natural resource. And the best waste basically is really the waste we don't produce, right? So now I don't want to end on a sad image. I'm going to put back this image showing the faces representing the mesophotic coral ecosystems, and the faces that we have to remember, and that should motivate us to keep fighting for a better preservation of our oceans. Because all these creatures here, they can't fight for themselves, right? So they need us to at least advocate and raise awareness about their existence, as we only consider protection of our oceans for our own benefits. That's what we hear everywhere. But we should not forget that there are other living things down there, and that we should protect the oceans, not only for us, but also for them. And I wish that conservation will become stronger and stronger in the coming years, and that we have a global ocean preservation that is really efficient and long-lasting. So thank you very much for your attention. Let me know if you have any question. That's it for me.
Alexis, what a beautiful program, and thank you for the last slide there with ways people can keep the learning going. I love the icon of Unseen Expedition. That's spectacular. I know you're having a bit of trouble with connection, so I want to make sure you can still hear me, hopefully.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, you cut out for a minute there, so that's good to know. Again, for anyone to keep learning more, check out at Unseen Expeditions, more beautiful photographs. Alexis, for our audience that is divers or snorkelers, people that get out into the ocean, how long does it take to get the training to be able to go and document these amazing ecosystems the way that you do? How did you get your start, and how long did it take?
Yeah, well, it depends. If you want to do it seriously, it will take, honestly, years of training. You can't... I know a lot of people now are tending to rush, and they want to go deep. Even they just discovered scuba diving a few months ago. But this is something that should really take... we should really take a slow approach. And it takes years, because you need to learn how to dive. You need to learn how to use those complex machines, and then you need to work and you need to take pictures. So it's really a lot of things that are going on at the same time during these dives, and things can go wrong really fast. So you need to really take it slow, and if you want to really be on the safe side, take a couple of years to learn all the things before you can get into that.
I'm really glad you mentioned it that way. I mean, this is something that we've had a lot of technical divers on our program before in a variety of ways, and all of them will tell you that you should never go into it with a light approach. You should make sure you know the skills necessary, you have the necessary precautions and respect for what you're about to do. So I'm glad you highlighted
Absolutely.
Alexis, so we talked today a lot about Indonesia, some of the spectacular reefs there. Are there other places in the region or around the globe that you have been or would like to go to do this work?
Oh well, everywhere basically, really. I've not been able to dive that deep in other places yet, but I've been doing some deeper dive in the Mediterranean. I'm from France, and I've been diving to the 40 meters in the Atlantic or Mediterranean Sea. But yeah, I mean everywhere. I mean, Southeast Asia is obviously a wonderful place, but you don't have those reefs there, so I'd be keen to explore any other places, but not only with those reefs. I mean, doing some deeper dive in Arctic or polar regions would be also very, very interesting, and I'm sure there is still so much to discover.
I certainly hope you get that chance, and if you do go to one of those places, we'll come back and have you on for BioFest 2023, okay, to highlight some of that cool work.
Yeah,
I like it.
Sure.
Before we wrap up with you, I know we're keeping the BioFest going. We've gone a little bit over what we typically do. So I want to just stress, you highlighted when you go to these areas pretty deep down in the water, you find plastic on every single dive. And so I'm curious what people can do at home, no matter where they're joining from. If they never live on a coast or have the opportunity to dive like you do, what can people do to help save that ecosystem and help prevent it from sort of accumulating garbage and other threats to the wildlife that's down there?
Well, I think that, yeah, everyone should take their responsibility, because it's too easy now. I mean, you hear a lot of people blaming each other, government blaming citizens or industries, and industries blaming citizens for not disposing the plastic properly. The truth is, especially in developing countries, or you don't have really a proper waste management facility. So even though you put your plastic in your garbage bin, you have high probability that this plastic will anyway end up somewhere in a landfill if you're lucky enough. So really, and it's not. I mean, similar in Europe actually. You still have that kind of problem. We don't know what to do with the amount of trash we produce. So really, for me, it's the approach I've been taken now since a couple of years is to reduce my waste consumption as much as I can. Avoid plastic wrapped products. Okay, it means you might not have a Snickers bar or what, but you would still you still find some alternatives, and I think that's a citizen approach. I mean, everyone can do it. It doesn't cost much more money, and it actually can save you money. So I think really reducing the waste at home, and of course, when you have waste, dispose of it properly. Try to reuse it, repurpose it, and eventually the last solution would be recycling it.
Alexis, thank you so much for that great final message. And again, it's something that I think all of us around the world can get behind. You know, there's no politics towards marine plastic. All of us look at a beach or a reef with plastic pollution in it and go, wow, that's terrible, which means it's a solution that we can all take part in so readily. You can drink from the tap if you're in a place that happens to have good, clean, fresh water. You can do a whole bunch of things in your everyday existence that prevent plastic waste from ending up in the oceans or being created at all. And I hope people take the chance to learn more about these ecosystems, to help conserve them, and to follow along with your incredible work at Unseen Expeditions. Thanks so much for being a part of the BioFest, man.
Thank you very much for having me, and all these wonderful speakers that you have managed to land here in the Global Biodiversity Festival.
Well, it's all testament to Joe, who I'm going to bring back in a minute to keep the hosting going. Alexis, keep up the amazing work and have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy. Yes, it's morning for you. Enjoy the day, literally. Yes. Go diving.
Thank you very much, Jesse, and speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
See you in a minute, man. Joe, welcome back in. We're BioFest. We're a little bit over time. We're just having too much fun, I think. So I want to keep the fun rolling to wrap up our second day.
All right. Thanks, Jesse. I really enjoyed that last presentation. As a diver, there's nothing I like better than getting in the water and seeing those things, seeing the sharks, seeing the fish, seeing the sea snakes. Yeah, brought back some memories, and some memories too of the plastic. I was on an expedition a little while ago where we were diving ROVs 3 kilometers deep, and we were still finding plastic down there. So it's everywhere in our oceans.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, but I think that a lot of people are working on. I know it's not a big focus of this year's Global BioFest, but it's something that I think, again, everyone can take a big role in, and I'm glad that we get the chance to highlight it in Alexis's talk. I'll leave you to our next 2 speakers to wrap up the day. Have fun with our end of BioFest Day 2, Jeff.
All right, Jesse, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, everyone, we have a great group of speakers to wrap up the evening. So let's get right into it. Now, before I introduce our next speaker, I'm going to share a little video clip to highlight some of the biodiversity of Northeast India. So I'm going to share this little video clip. and then I'm going to introduce our speaker, and we'll be off to the races. So here we go. There's the one, and on. All right, that is absolutely stunning. Let's bring in our speaker. I'm going to introduce Sano Suha. She is a teacher, farmer, and Indigenous woman rights activist and belongs to the Shakesang tribe of Nagaland, India. She has been working with the Northeast Network for over 20 years on issues of gender, justice, food sovereignty, and sustainable development. Her engagement with ecological issues ranges from community mobilizing and organizing, education, capacity building, and policy advocacy on restoring Indigenous food and farming systems, setting up women-led community seed banks, amplifying the stories and voices of Indigenous communities, women in particular, through participatory videos. So I'm going to bring her in with us now. Hey, Sano, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's been such an amazing day. We started this morning at 8 o'clock Eastern. It's now 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We have shared so many stories. We've moved all over the world, across continents, to so many different countries. It's been so great.
I'm sure it is a great day, and I was also listening to some of the talks, and it's amazing to know the wonderful work, the small work in different parts of the globe. And I have to say that it's been a long day for you all.
It's been a long day, but it's been a good day. So we're excited to hear a little bit more about what you're working on. I know that you have a presentation to share with us, so we're going to cross our fingers that it shares nice and easy for us.
Yes. So do I come in now?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Where do I come in?
So if you hit down at the bottom in the middle, if you hit the share.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the first option for share screen. And then it's going to give you the options. You want the entire screen, the very first one. Click the little picture of your screen and then click the share button. Let me know if you see anything strange or get a strange message, because I do have a backup copy of the presentation. We can always play it on my end if it doesn't cooperate with us today.
Yes, I will do.
There we go. It's coming up.
Okay, got it. Is it coming or?
Yeah, I see the share screen. I think you just have to click on the, I think it's a PowerPoint. If you just click on the PowerPoint to bring it up to the front, because right now I see the StreamYard screen. You just have to bring your presentation to the front. I see your, yep, perfect. Let's go full screen. And Sano, we are in business.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so thank you, Joe, and the whole team for inviting us, the Northeast Network, to this Global Biodiversity Festival. In fact, I have to call up to confirm Joe whether the work that I do and also the kind of, the presentation, the talk that I would like to share is apt for the event. Joe was kind enough to say that you fit in perfect, and here I am. So I am Senot Saha from Chakasan tribe in Nagaland, and I am I work with Northeast Network, a women's rights organization, and today I would like to share about indigenous food and farming systems. You have seen about, our small video clip. We are in the northeastern region of India, and we are 8 states together. So a little bit of what you have seen in the video before my introduction, that's the biodiversity, the rich biodiversity that has been documented by the Green Hub Fellows, the young people from the region who have been fellows in the Green Hub, an initiation of Northeast Network and Dusty Food Production, which documents wildlife biodiversity and then takes back into the community for action, conservation action, for sustainable livelihood. So that's a little capture of the biodiversity of the Northeast India. It is rich, one of the biodiversity hotspot of the world, and also have 65% of India's biodiversity. It is also ethnic, culturally diverse region. We have in more than 200 ethnic groups in the region, and also very strategically located because it shares external frontiers with other centuries together. But this very, very ecosystem, biodiversity is now threatened because of various factors, development-induced degradation, climate change, different reasons. I am from Nagaland, and it's a small state in the Northeast region with 1.9 million, and is agriculture, and the agriculture practice that we practice is junk and terrace cultivation, and also homestead gardens. I would like to share a little bit of how the indigenous food and farming system evolved in my community. It is ecological agriculture practice and works with nature. It is also takes care of the well-being of the land, of the living beings in the land and the people, and also talks about the well-being of the community, where food sovereignty is the backbone, that we decide what we grow, what is good for the land, what is good for the people. And the traditional knowledge system is a living knowledge system that has been passed by our foreparents, and that has been still with the community. There is also this practice which is all about resilience, because it's agro-biodiversity, it is ecological, and thus, there is this resilience. I have also, wanting to emphasize why it is important to sustain or to strengthen indigenous food and farming system. It's not only, for our physical needs. Of course, definitely it gives us food and nutrition, but it has also spiritual, cultural, social, and economic and political connotations attached to the food and farming systems. When we talk about, the culture, social and cultural life of our people, all our festivals evolves around agriculture calendar. All our social gatherings are, marked with the traditional cuisines, food that bonds, that brings people together, that is celebrated, that is also shared. So this is a way of life, I should say, and it is important to sustain it, to strengthen it. When globalization has hit us in a very massive way, whether it is remote or urban areas, rural or urban areas, it has impacted the way local communities produce and consume food. The many traditional local varieties have been disappeared or decreased. And when we look at the source of our food comes from our jung fields, our terrace fields, our homestead gardens, and this is our food basket, and also from the forest, our food basket. I have a little bit of, like a survey that has been done by my colleagues, where we try to survey the wild forest foods in our village, and we could find, edible fruits, 50 types of edible fruits, 52 types of vegetables, which is more than this. I think the survey is have to go more. Edible wildflowers, edible mushrooms, and like these are all part of micronutrient rich species that is part of our diet, and the food comes from the forest. And thus, when it comes to food, we have to remember biodiversity. Biodiversity is our source of life. I would like to take you through, because the kind of work why Northeast Network is emphasizing on the natural resource management and sustainable livelihoods, and especially today I will be sharing on the indigenous food and farming system. When people started changing the land use pattern, the consumption and production, particularly food, when people started moving away from the ecological agriculture towards monoculture, towards plantation, here is a concern where even in Northeast region, a lot of development projects, which is more of like tilted towards profit maximization, has impacted the local communities, have also forced the local communities to migrate to other places, thus making people more vulnerable to poverty, health, and the very survival. So I would like to share a little bit of Northeast Network. We are a women's organization. We have completed 27 years, and we work from 3 states of the region, Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland. And we work on the theme around gender-based discrimination, violence against women, governance and state accountability, natural resource management, and livelihood. I would like to share some of the initiatives, the activities, the photos that you see are more of from the Nagaland state, where Northeast Network has initiated different programs with rural communities, particularly women. And here, when we look at the different initiatives that we started to engage with rural communities with the aim to restore or revive or to strengthen the indigenous food and farming system, is very clear, because we know that a lot of our global issues, whether it is poverty, whether it is health, whether it is climate crisis, it is because of the way that we produce, we consume. The world, the current food system, if we look at the current food system, the modern agriculture, it is pushing the land into, like a dead land because of the external inputs, using chemicals, pesticides that pollutes the land and finally kills the land, the very microorganisms that are part of the living earth. And so this is why, like the small work that we do is, when we look at the the communities, we see that women are the key player. Women are knowledgeable, that the custodian knowledge holders of the farmlands, of the healing systems, of the seeds. And here is where we also try to see that we gather these resources, this social capital, and to make sure that women's contribution is recognized, women's contribution is acknowledged, and women's leadership and ability to combat, the current global crisis, starting from our own local communities, is recognized, and women given a space for voicing their concerns and also being part of the decision making. So this is one area where we do have programs around, like bringing in, mobilizing communities together, women farmers, community leaders together, and discuss about the current issues that they are facing, and also the kind of resources, the kind of coping mechanisms that they have. So a lot of, like meetings, training programs, collectivizing the vendors, the farmers, that's a part of, like our strategies that Northeast Network uses. We also believe that, the current problem, if we look at the system, if we look at the young people, there is a total disconnect between the air environment. There is a total disconnect between the agriculture and young people. Young people doesn't really want to go and farm. Young people doesn't really know, especially children and young people in the urban areas, they really don't know the journey of the seed that goes to the farmland and the grain that comes back to the plate. So, a lot of our programs are also engaged. Our engagement with young people are around, taking them or introducing them to biodiversity, introducing them to ecology, within the environment, within the ecosystem. What are the life supporting, like plants, trees, animals. So, we at Northeast Network Nagaland, we have run a very interesting program some years back on education, conservation education, where, children are taught how to document, herbal medicines, birds, pollinators like butterflies. In fact, like the Eco Club that we work with has documented 216 butterfly species in our village, in Chizami village, where we are based, and also documented a lot of other species, and, creating in them enthusiastic young conservationists, I should say. We also have another program where we also run a NAN farm school, which is open to the urban youths, where they come down to our Chizami village and stay for a week or more, and then learn about the farming, indigenous food and farming system, understanding the seeds, understanding the diversity of, taking them for practical farm work in the field along with the custodian knowledge holders. And this has also bridged, like a gap between the intergenerations, the elderly custodian knowledge holders interacting with them, and the children going out to the field, going for biodiversity walk with them, and to learn about the ecology, the diversity, the edible herbs, and also to understand, like the community knowledge systems, how water is shared amongst the community people, how resources are shared. So this is one of the programs that we work on, and we believe that year by year we could see more and more change, and it will definitely have these young people, love their environment, love the kind of local food that comes from the hills or from the plains, but without any pollution. So this is one program. We also have this cuisines competition, traditional cuisines, so that, it gives the young people to go and forage in the field, in the wild, in the forest, and then to present it. And this is all a part of, cross learning, and it's also, fun, I should say. Agrobiodiversity for food, nutrition, livelihood, fodder, and ecological security. We work with women farmers a lot. And we do promote at Northeast Network when we are looking at the indigenous food and farming systems. We have to look back at the kind of resources, the genetic diversity that the farmers grow. And this is where, the women farmers started, even sharing the seeds that have been lost from their farmland. They have been sharing knowledge systems, the knowledge about different grains. And, these women are, I should say, they are the ones who are now trying to revive back, now trying to bring back more and more indigenous crops, and the crops that are resilient, the crops that are, that are also climate compliant, the crops that can withstand heat. And it's a very beautiful, work that when we go to the communities, when we, gather them around a fireplace and discuss about what are the problems in the food plate that is being cooked and eaten in their hut. There are lots of, concerns that the women share, and particularly climate crisis. And they say that even during COVID times, we could even see that the pandemic time, these rural women seems to be the strongest, because they said that when we offered relief, they said that, oh, we have food to eat. You all provide that food to other people in need. And should there be any help needed, we can forage in the community forest, the food, and then we can share with others. And they have done it. So what we're trying to do is that we try to encourage, promote, strengthen the indigenous food and farming system, which is ecological, which is also based on solidarity economy. We share with each other, and which is also, resilient in times of crisis. So this is one work that we do through different programs, training, film screenings, cross-cultural learnings, biodiversity festival. And in fact, I have been even thinking when I am to participate in this virtual meeting, I was just, thinking of the last biodiversity festival that we had in our village, the 13th edition of the Biodiversity Festival in Chizami village, where we bring communities from different parts of the state and other states, different tribes, ethnic groups together, and celebrate the diversity that we have, celebrate the kind of forest food that we have, celebrate the kind of the knowledge systems that is attached to it. And it was the last one was in March 2022, on 9th of March, that we had a biodiversity festival. Unlike this virtual, it's in person, and under the theme of embracing biodiversity and well-being. Here, well-being means the well-being of the forest, the water, the people. So that's something. Now coming to the indigenous food and farming system, we cannot think about indigenous food and farming system unless we talk about seeds. Seeds as the core of our food. And so when we started this, some 10 years back, Northeast Network tried to look at the seeds. The seed heritage, saving heritage is already with the community. So, but we have also challenges that, the market seeds have come in, hybrid seeds have come in, which is provided by various players, including the market. So what we try to do is that we try to bring in, share the importance of the seeds and the importance of community seed banks. And that's how we have initiated, women-led some 12 community seed banks. And the aim is as simple as to conserve local seeds, varieties, and traditional knowledge. Conserve local seeds, varieties, okay, there's a repetition, I'm sorry. Realize farmers' rights to food and food sovereignty and easy access to seeds. So this is one work that Northeast Network deeply believes, that if we want to talk about food sovereignty, we have to talk about community seed banks. The seeds should be available with the people, and people should decide what to grow, what to eat, what to produce, what to, even market. The decision should be with the communities. We believe in that the small work that we do needs solidarity. We believe in networks. So we do try to create platforms where people come together and share with each other. People come together and exchange knowledge, exchange seeds. People also communities come together in under one heart, where different ethnic groups, different indigenous communities cook under one heart, and sharing the food with each other. So it is one strong belief that NAN believes, is that if we want to spread the work, if we want to really strengthen the indigenous food and farming systems, we have to bring people together who are already very strongly in it, who have forgotten and have moved away but needs to come back. And here comes even different stakeholders, policymakers, different media, government agencies, CBOs. So we need to build this network. We need to build solidarity if we want to resist the kind of the current modern agriculture systems, which is controlled by few players all over the world. Then we need to bring together small communities across, not only the region, not only the country, but across the globe, to talk about this, so that we can resist some of the powerful, players which are determining the current global food production system, which is failing deeply. So that is it. And building a shared future for all life. The journey continues, and each one of us have a role with each other. We have to have these principles embedded in all our work: respect, dignity, compassion, love, within ourselves, within the people, with life outside, in the wild, the forest, the rivers. We are all part of the solution. And I would like, if there is time, Joe to play a video, a short video clip on the few points that I have shared, if there is time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. I really enjoyed that video. I think particularly those scenes at the end with the youth, with what looked like some of the elders in the community, so that knowledge being passed on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's so important. We're losing so much traditional knowledge. You know, this is something that's obviously very, very close to you as an educator. Do you find the youth are really interested in this knowledge?
You know, like we really have to make them feel the place,
Yeah.
the heartbeat of the forest, the land, because you know, like even the education system that we try to impart on the young generation is something that in the classroom. And you know, like until unless we bring in all these aspects in the curriculum of education, it's difficult. But there is hope if we create a system where like we bring in young people. I have seen in the past 6 years that young people coming in different batches. They come on the first day and was wondering what they are up to, but on the seventh day when they are to leave the place, they could really, we can really see the change. So I think it's worth investing, and we have to really, if you want to change, the future now and also the future tomorrow, which is sustainable.
Absolutely. And I know you were an educator. Are these the very reasons that influenced your choice to enter into this world of food security and livelihood and women's rights?
Yes, as a teacher also, but me being, I am a farmer myself, a passionate farmer. I do very small farming, but I've been born and brought up in a farming family, a small family, a farm. And I have grown with that. And I also, when I started in community engagement, especially with women, started working on health. And we cannot talk about health if we forget about the aspect of nutrition. If we cannot really talk about health if we forget about the aspect of the environment that we live. So, it's everything. But I'm a passionate farmer, born and brought up in a farming family, community. And yeah, that's something that has contributed definitely as an educator also.
Yeah. Well, the food in the videos and the pictures you shared looks absolutely amazing. The colors, the richness of the food. Is it completely organic? Is there any use of pesticides, or do you use natural ways to keep the pests away?
The local food that comes from the rural communities, those are organic. But as I'm saying that, the rich food culture has been, especially the farmlands are turned into, monoculture, cash crops. So a lot of dependence is now on the market food. So when the market food comes in from outside the state, then it's not even outside the state, even from other districts of the state, people have started using pesticides and all. But in the rural communities, a lot of us are still, keeping it chemical free.
Excellent.
And our food is also, from different sources. We depend on livestock also. We depend on forest. We depend on, the farm food.
Yeah. Well, Sano, I know, when you and I first had a chat, you were being very modest. You weren't sure if this was a great fit for the festival because, we're talking to a lot of scientists and biologists and conservationists around the world. But what you're doing is so important for biodiversity.
Thank you.
We have fields. I'm just thinking of North America, so much monoculture and the impact that has on biodiversity.
Yeah.
The types of food that you're using that can be heat resistant and drought resistant and things like that are so important with the changing planet that we have right
Yes.
now. And, when people feel stable and secure and have a livelihood, then they're less likely to take too much from nature, to put too much stress on the environment. So the work you're doing is 100% preserving of biodiversity and making sure that people are able to thrive where they live without having to hurt the ecosystem too much.
Yes, important because agrobiodiversity can be the answer to climate crisis, can be the answer to food, insecurity that has been, the concerns of the globe, not only in my part of the region, but also across the globe. And the consumption, the production and consumption pattern is very important that we really have to relook at it and start doing in our own small ways, because if we want to have a future, we have to act now, and that can be through small work that all of us are doing.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to share the link here to the Northeast Network, northeastnetwork.org. I encourage everyone to go and to take a look and find out more about the program. It's getting late here in Canada, but I'm actually kind of hungry now after seeing some of that fresh food. I love the music that was in the video as well. And like I said, it's so great to see youth being engaged and learning traditional knowledge. We always think about loss of ecosystem, loss of species. We don't always talk about loss of culture, loss of language, and how we're losing languages and culture around the world. So great to see that effort being made to keep that culture alive in the next generation.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, we'll have a great weekend, Sano. It's World Biodiversity Day for you already. It will be for us soon. It was such a pleasure to have you join us this year.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for staying up late to listen. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, our next speaker's hanging out backstage, but I do want to take a moment to acknowledge one of the organizations who helps make this festival possible. So Lenovo EDU has supported the festival for a couple of years now, and Lenovo EDU is building an incredible community of educators, of explorers, of scientists, of citizen scientists and global citizens. So I'm going to share the link here if you would like to check out that community. Here it is right here. And it's not just for educators. It's for anybody interested in, our world. It's a community where educators can meet and share resources, find really exciting educational resources and blogs from scientists and explorers, and content like this, content that you find at the Global Biodiversity Festival that you can explore and engage with. So I'm going to share a little sizzle reel here, and then we will bring in our next speaker. Right. We have Kanmani Chandrarajan joining us. She is a molecular biologist from Tamil Nadu, one of the southernmost states in India. Currently, she is working as a postdoctoral researcher at the School of Biological Sciences and the Swire Institute of Marine Science at the University of Hong Kong. Her current research is ocean acidification and invertebrate biomineralization. She also makes Tamil science communication videos on her YouTube channel, the Tamil Scientist. So we're going to share a link to that shortly. But for now, let's bring Kamani in with us. Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. And I believe you're in Hong Kong today.
Yeah, I'm in Hong Kong.
All right. Very, very cool. Well, it's so great to have you with us. I'm a little biased. I love the ocean. I love diving and exploring the ocean. So anything that talks a little bit about our oceans is right up my alley. So I'm really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Joe. Thanks for contacting me and giving me this opportunity. I'm so glad I got this stage. Thank you.
Of course. Well, let's let you take over for a little bit. We'll let you run the show and then we'll ask you a few questions.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So we saw that screen share practice backstage and it looked pretty darn good. I think you're a pro with the screen share.
Yeah, let me try now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had an adventurous day today where sometimes technology has been flawless and sometimes we've had to wrestle a little bit, but I see your presentation. It looks nice and full screen and we'll leave it to you for a bit.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining my talk today. I am Kanmani Chandrarajan, and today I will be talking about Hong Kong oysters, in particular, Hong Kong oyster shells and how they perform under ocean acidification. And before starting the talk, I would like you to look at these oysters. So you have oysters in the shell, there's meat, and I would like you to particularly focus on this dark part in the meat. This tissue is called as mantle tissue in the oyster, and this tissue is important for forming shells in oysters. So I'd like you to remember that first, and let's get started now. So today I'll be talking about Hong Kong oysters, a particular species in Hong Kong, which is called Chrysostria hongkongensis, which is recently renamed as Magellana hongkongensis. And I will talk in particular about oyster shells, Hong Kong oyster shells, and the shell formation process called as biomineralization, and how the oyster shell formation is affected by ocean acidification. And I will also finish the talk with our effort in building Hong Kong's first oyster hatchery. So our research group is building Hong Kong's first oyster hatchery with the help of Hong Kong government. So I'll talk about that, why we need a hatchery and what we are doing. So when everyone think about Hong Kong, this is the picture that comes to most people's mind. It's like the Hong Kong is famous for its skyscrapers, nightlife, and all the party. But Hong Kong is also has a cultural heritage for oyster aquaculture. Over 700 years of cultural heritage in oyster aquaculture. In this picture, you can see oyster wraps floating in the ocean surface, where these wraps from the raft, they hang the oysters down into the water, and the oysters feed the water, and they grow in these racks. And then after a year or two, the farmers cultivate these oysters, they harvest these oysters, and they sell it in the market. Hong Kong alone produces this particular species 100 tons of meat alone annually without the shell, according to the Agriculture and Fisheries Conservation Department, Hong Kong. So 1-year-old oyster can filter up to 30 liters per hour of water. This is very high comparing other oyster species, which many species they do around 3 to 4 liters, but this particular species is very efficient in filtering waters. It filters up to 30 liters. And also another special feature of this oyster is its shell is very strong. Comparing Portuguese oysters, this particular Hong Kong oyster can withstand much higher crushing force. So when you try to break the shell, it can withstand much higher crushing force. So their shell is much stronger than the related sister species. So I am particularly interested in the shell and shell formation and how it's affected by ocean acidification. And before getting into ocean acidification and shell formation, I would like to introduce oyster life cycle. So oysters, this is the typical life cycle of oysters. This cartoon shows how adults they release eggs and sperm into the water column. Oysters are sequential hermaphrodites, which means they can change their sex from they can be male and also female after some point of time. Like for 1 year, they are male in one season, and then after that, they can become female. So they release eggs and sperm into the water column, and after that, the eggs and sperm fertilize, and they form small larvae, D-shaped larvae. Trochophore, veliger, and pedivillager are various stages of larvae. And then after they reach this pedivillager stage, they are ready to settle down. So the larval stage is free swimming. They can swim in the water. And then after that, they attach to a hard surface like rock or already existing oyster shells in the habitat. So they settle down and continue to grow as adults. So this is the life cycle of oysters. So now we go into shell formation, or the process called shell formation is called as biomineralization. So when we all look at oysters, we see this shell, right? So this is what is visible to our naked eye. Those shells are beautiful, even just with naked eye. They have even more beautiful structures in there when you look at them under microscopes, particularly electron microscopes. They can reveal so many beautiful patterns. In this picture, you're seeing one particular pattern, folia structure. So this structure is called as folia structure. It's one of the typical structures found in Hong Kong oysters. And for forming these different patterns, different structures, oysters use this biomineralization process. So as I said, the black color tissue, I asked you to remember in the beginning, the mantle tissue. This tissue is known for secreting proteins that capture calcium and carbonate from seawater, and that fabricates the shell. And for making different patterns of shells, you need different combination of these proteins. These proteins also serve as a template for forming the different shell microstructures. So this is how shell is formed. And also for this process of shell formation to happen, there is a requirement for calcium and carbonate ions from the seawater, and also there is a requirement for pH control at the site of mineralization. So this oyster has to control the pH at the site where it's forming its shell. So pH is also very important for this process. So ocean acidification is known to be negatively impacting several marine calcifiers, including oysters, particularly the calcifiers that use biomineralization process for forming their shells. So for those who don't know what is ocean acidification, this is like a quick intro. Most of you might be knowing already what is ocean acidification, but for those who don't know. So humans, we emit excessive amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and this carbon dioxide gets absorbed into the ocean, and this reacts with the seawater, and it produces lots of hydrogen ions. This increase in hydrogen ion leads to decrease in pH, which is called as ocean acidification. So acidification here is a relative term. Usually the ocean pH is around 8.1, and when there is acidification, the pH gets reduced to 7.9 or 7.8. It might look like a very small change, but it's actually a huge change for these organisms. They require a particular pH for efficiently making their shells. So this reduction in the pH or acidification has negative effect over shell formation, not only in oyster species, but also in other foundation species such as corals and mussels, etc. So the ocean acidification process is not something that's going to happen in future. It's already happening. You can see from this picture that there is drastic decrease in the pH of the ocean in the past few decades. And so there are also studies which show that several oyster species suffer because of this ocean acidification. So this picture shows larvae of Pacific oyster. Under control conditions, you can see the larvae is perfect. It forms D-shaped shell. The larvae is growing well, fine. But under ocean acidification scenario, you can see the larvae is struggling to form its shell. It's like dissolving. So this is a problem. And my research is particularly about Hong Kong oysters because different species, they have different sensitivity for ocean acidification. So my project aim was to look at how Hong Kong oysters perform under ocean acidification, particularly their shell formation. To do this, we bring in oysters from the field to laboratory to mimic laboratory condition, to mimic field conditions. We mimic control condition, which is, as I said, pH 8.1, like the normal pH condition that is suitable for this organism is the control. And for ocean acidification condition, we bubble carbon dioxide into the seawater, and we make conditions that are known to happen in the future. For example, there are projections that says how much pH will go down in the year 2100 or 2300. So we use those values we simulate those conditions in the laboratory for the ocean acidification treatment. So we grow the oysters under these two conditions in the laboratory, and then we observe how these oysters perform. And surprisingly, Hong Kong oysters, actually, they grow their shell normally under ocean acidification and also control. In several studies, several oyster species, they struggle to form their shells. Their growth rate is less, their shell growth is affected under ocean acidification. But however, Hong Kong oysters, their shell length and shell growth rate was normal. However, they were severely dissolving under ocean acidification. As you can see, under control condition, the top layer, which is the organic layer, it remains intact. But however, under ocean acidification, you can see the shell is starting to dissolve severely. And then we looked at the hardness of these shells, how hard these shells are. There was no significant difference between the control and the ocean acidification conditions, but this was a short-term experiment over a few months. So if you continue growing them under ocean acidification, potentially there could be some mechanical properties affected due to this dissolution because they are severely dissolving under ocean acidification. And also, this picture shows juvenile stage after they settle down. The spat, this is not the free swimming stage, right? This is the early juvenile stage. And when we look at the larval stage as well, we just look at the light microscope. It seems like they are doing fine, the larvae are doing fine. But however, when we look under electron microscope, we can also see there is dissolution in larval stages as well, starting from their hinge region. They slowly start to dissolve. So the dissolution starts as early as in the larval stages. So the conclusion is, in Hong Kong oysters, ocean acidification is more of a dissolution problem because they were able to form their shells. They were still strong, but even this resilient species has a problem of dissolution under ocean acidification. We also do several other studies for understanding how the species is able to survive under ocean acidification. We also do gene expression studies and DNA methylation studies, but I'm not sharing those results here to make it simple. This is what we identify. Hong Kong oysters, they can perform a little better than other species under ocean acidification, which is the good news actually. And then with this, I come to the next part, Hong Kong's first oyster hatchery. So first, why do we need an oyster hatchery? Because Hong Kong oyster farmers depend mainly on natural seeds available in the environment, or they import seeds from mainland China. So they import seeds from mainland, just after the larvae settle down, they buy as small spats, and then they grow them in the ocean for a few months, 6 months or 1 year. And then after they become marketable size, they sell it in the market. But we don't have our own oyster hatchery in Hong Kong, even though the industry has a cultural heritage of over 700 years. There is no oyster hatchery. And also, there is less natural seed recruitment in this area due to environmental stress and also lots of pollution. So there is a need for hatchery to produce oyster seeds. So we can bring, in hatchery, what we do is we bring in adult oysters, we make them release eggs and sperms, we fertilize them, we grow them until they settle down, we grow the entire free swimming stage in the hatchery, and then after once they settle down as pats, we give them to the farmer. This is the idea of hatchery. Also, another reason why we need hatchery is, you can see here there is string of oysters. So in a shell, in an empty shell, we make the larvae settle down, and they settle down and grow as pats. So at this stage, we give it to the farmers, so they grow in the field, in the rafts, as cluster of oysters. But usually when oysters are grown as clusters, they don't grow much bigger, and also they have very less market value. So instead, when you make single oysters, instead of clusters, when you have single oysters, they grow much bigger, and they can also be sold for much higher market value. So the farmers can be self-sufficient with the hatchery that we have here in Hong Kong. They need not import seeds from mainland or elsewhere. And also they can have single oyster culture, which will be a new technique for them, and they can increase their income, because slowly these days, oyster aquaculture industry in Hong Kong is decreasing. More and more young people don't want to do aquaculture. So when we introduce these modern techniques, we believe we can encourage more people to participate in this aquaculture industry, and we hope they get better income. And for doing the single oysters, we also have these two new systems. This is a prototype. We are currently, the hatchery is still not constructed completely. We are still building the hatchery. So this system is for keeping the larvae suspended. So the system is a flow-through system. So we put the larvae in these systems together with tiny grain of sand-like particles when they are about to settle down. So they are floating together with the sand, and they can settle down on these sand-like particles. So they can be single oysters instead of settling on a shell or a surface and get clustered. So they will be single oysters. So this is the idea behind, and we are collaborating with our university architecture department for making these models, and we hope this helps the oyster farmers to improve their business, and also we can save the local tradition and also aquaculture. So with this, I finished about two things today. I talked about how ocean acidification is affecting Hong Kong oysters, not only just Hong Kong oysters, several oyster species, and also other calcifiers, and how hatcheries play an important role in sustainable seed supply for the region. So with this, I would like to thank my lab members and also my husband Santosh, who has been a huge support during my research journey. And also I am currently 32 weeks pregnant, and I would like to thank my baby for being patient during my research and all my talk and everything. So I also would like to thank the organizers. Thanks for listening to my talk. Thank you.
All right. Well, first of all, congratulations. That's pretty darn exciting. And yeah, it is very interesting research, and it has all kinds of implications with the way that our oceans are changing right now from the CO2 that we are putting into the atmosphere. So yeah, very important research. Now, before we ask a couple questions, I just wanted to ask a couple questions about the oysters in general. One being, how long does it take for them to go from that larval stage to, that larger shelled stage?
Usually it depends on the species as well and how much you feed them. If you feed them more, they can grow faster and reach the metamorphosis stage much earlier. but approximately it takes at least 15 days, 10 to 15 days for them to settle down as spats.
Yeah.
And after that, a maximum they can take is like a month if there's not enough nutrition. So from our experience in the hatchery, if we feed them more, sometimes they can grow faster and reach the settlement stage much earlier. Yeah.
Okay, that's faster than I was expecting. All right.
Mhm.
What about lifespan in general? How long can an oyster? What's an average lifespan for an oyster? Maybe the
we
Hong
have
Kong one.
seen even like 12, 13 years old long oyster shells, but typically for aquaculture they just fatten it for 1 year or 2 years and then they harvest. Yeah.
Yeah. So when, in the wild, when one's living like up to 10 to 12 years, are they constantly growing, increasing in size?
Yeah. You can see their shell size is much bigger, especially Hong Kong oysters. They grow like really long instead of like
Okay.
this. They grow like really long when they are in the, so you can see really long shells. Yeah.
Yeah. And then are there growth rings maybe similar to a tree? Is there some
Yeah,
way
you
to
can
tell?
see like several layers, and with that also you can tell.
Okay. So I'm curious about just in general, what's the Hong Kong population of oysters like in the wild?
What do you mean, like species?
Yeah. Yeah.
So in Hong Kong, there are several species, but the one we focus on is Crustaceea hongkongensis, which is found in the Deep Bay area. But these days, oyster farmers, uh, even though our experiments show this is like one parameter, right, ocean acidification, but in the field, sometimes in summer there is huge mortality. In winter there is huge mortality. It could be due to pollution. We have a project ongoing in our lab for figuring out those. So sometimes oyster farmers, they think, oh, this species is not performing well, so they will buy some other species.
Right.
Because they're just importing the seeds, right? So they will, for aquaculture, they mainly use Hongkongensis and also Angulata, Crustaceea angulata. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like I guess there's a little bit of good news in the results in that the Hong Kong oysters, they're on maybe the more tougher scale where the larvae is still able to develop a shell. It's still hard. It is dissolving a bit, but it's still, I guess, viable. It's still.
But this is just one parameter. But in the real scenario, there will be multiple stressors. So we also plan to run other multiple stressor experiments to look at like how they perform under several stressors together, and to give a solution for that.
That's exactly the question I wanted to ask you next, was what was next with your research? So it sounds like you're going to bring multiple stressors in, more like, they're experiencing now. And then what about, I think you said 8.1 is normal, but you're seeing pH around 7.9. Do you experiment? Because, with more carbon entering the atmosphere, that the pH could lower even more. Do you do tests at lower levels to see what's going to happen?
Yeah, in Hong Kong, this area, like usually this species, they grow. The pH is already like 7.8, 7.9, like average. So for my experiment, I actually used much lower value, 7.4. So they're still able to survive under these conditions because I think they're also exposed to fluctuating pH in the region where they go. So it depends on the species. If a species is not has not experienced low pH before, then that species will tend to perform much worse than this particular species, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we wrap up for today, I do want to share. Oops, I lost my banners. There they are. I do want to share your Instagram at Tamil Scientist, and then your YouTube channel. Tell us a little bit about your YouTube channel.
Oh, I particularly make videos in Tamil language as a South Indian language. I'm from the state Tamil Nadu, so I make videos not just about the ocean or ocean acidification. My background is biotechnology, actually. I did my bachelor's and master's in biotech. So during the pandemic, I started this channel because there was lots of misinformation going around. So at that time, I started this channel to raise awareness about like fake news about vaccines and stuff like that. So I talk about a wide range of topics related to biotech and biology, ocean, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
But
it's great.
mainly in Tamil language for the local population, because many of them, they don't understand English. So
Yeah.
I think it's important to communicate science in local languages as well.
No question. Science communication is so important. If scientists are just communicating with each other, you know, you're missing the people who need to hear it as well. And so communicating your science in an easy to understand way, a way that's relevant to people, is so important. So yeah, science communication is really important. And I'd love to see more labs and more expeditions who are realizing that and bringing science communicators into the fold to help spread the knowledge, the new learning, and what it all means.
Yeah, sure. And you're doing a great job with this festival and also your other work. I really appreciate. It's very inspiring for me as well.
Well, I appreciate that, but we couldn't do it without people like yourself taking time to share your story, share your work, and really just open our eyes to the biodiversity that's all around us. So, Kanamani, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Thank you for the work you're doing. Good luck with the new edition coming down the line. That's so cool. And again, thank you so much for joining us for the festival.
Thank you so much. See you.
All right. Have a great rest of the weekend.
You too.
All right. Well, we have come to the conclusion of day 2 of the Global Biodiversity Festival. I don't even know where to start. We spent time in the field in Costa Rica with OSA Conservation. We were at the Agui River in Gabon catching freshwater fish and looking at the beautiful species coming out of the river. We were in Nigeria and met Dr. Mark, who has a veterinarian who has opened a pangolin orphanage and is rehabilitating young ones to be released back into the wild. It just goes on and on and on. I feel like we toured through a great portion of Africa today, from Mauritius to South Africa to Tanzania, Gabon, Nigeria, to a lot of time we spent in South America, in Brazil, Argentina, Patagonia with rewilding Chile and rewilding Argentina. So it's just an amazing day. The events are up on the YouTube channel, Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants on YouTube. You can find day 1 and day 2. And then we're working on putting them into a separate playlist with each event separate. So you don't have to scan through each 5-6 hour gap. You can find the event that you're looking for and check it out, or just take your time and take in the whole festival. I think that's the best advice of all. So tomorrow, a little change to the schedule. We were going to have Iris Berger join us tonight. She's in India, but her connectivity is very poor. So she sent us a great video, but she was going to be here for the Q&A, but it doesn't look like the connectivity cooperated. So we're just going to move her event to tomorrow. So we'll have her event played tomorrow. Take a look at the schedule. We start bright and early at 8 a.m. Eastern with whale sharks in Madagascar. So that should be a really good one. With Stella Diamant. For now, I hope everyone has an incredible morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for being with us. Don't forget to take a look at globalbiofest.com so you know exactly what's coming up tomorrow. And we'll see everybody bright and early Eastern anyways, 8 o'clock Eastern, and we're going to go right through till about 6:30. I'm excited. Our last event is in New Zealand with the Kiwi Hatchery in New Zealand, and it's always a treat to spend time with Emma. I think you're really going to enjoy that one. So a big day tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you on International Biodiversity Day tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.